You're watching the Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship, brought to you by our 2023 partners.
Good morning, cricket fans of America. This is the 2023 Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Lakshmi House of Spices, and we welcome you to Arroyo Park in Davis, California, where today we've got a rematch of yesterday's Northern California rivalry, the Golden State Grizzlies, captained by Sami Aslam, taking on Pranay Suri Silicon Valley Strikers. Joe Hickey with you today with Vishal Tiku at the controls, and in yesterday's first meeting between Silicon Valley and Golden State, the Strikers peaked their nose above 500 for the first time this season, riding a 97-run partnership between Lahiru Milanta and Rahul Jariwala to a 6-wicket win in the chase. And as we get a look here, we'll see they have been put into bat by the Golden State Grizzlies. And why mess with what works? It's the exact same 11 from yesterday. A few bits of attention here to be paid to Lahiru Milanta. We mentioned the 63 off 47. Rahul Jariwala, who was in at third yesterday, 43 not out off 42. His best innings so far of the season, and a decent contribution as well from Arsh Butch up top, 12 off of 13. We have apparently been misled as I'm looking out here at the field, because the cricket club said that Golden State had won the toss and elected to bowl, and that is not what is taking place. So we're going to get cut to the action right now and get you the team sheet for Golden State in just a moment. But they have 3 changes. So Mohit Nataraj, Sohan Bhatt, and Karan Chandel not going to be in action today, although Bhatt and Chandel may well show up as substitute fielders in the second innings. They are the 12th and 13th spots in the order. They're replaced by Tejas Nataraj, shown there as Tejas FCC for his Folsom Cricket Club work, and Navanpreet Singh and Pranav Pradeep on 2023 debut. It'll be Saurabh Netravalkar ball in hand, and he had himself one heck of an innings yesterday, 4 off 11, but his first delivery is dispatched where no fielder treads. And right off the bat, it is the opener now and the debutant on the season, Navanpreet Singh, crushing one to mid-wicket. Off to the races right away with the 16 on his bat. Navanpreet Singh last season, just a single appearance for the East Bay Blazers, 1 off 7, but he's a veteran of the Northern California Cricket Association, 148 one-days, and he does a little bit of this there. 102 the strike rate as you see him pick up Saurabh's length immediately and drill one as a statement of intent. 27.9 his average there. He has been particularly good this year in T20s. A 174 strike rate in 6 innings over the SBS T20 at the end of May. Second one is in the air, but that'll fall short of the fielder at third man. Protection at the moment for Silicon Valley in the deep. Located there at third man, and I'm trying to find the other one. Might just have one man in the deep. Oh, there he is at what would have been backward square, now working his way a little further back to become the third man fielder, Colin Archibald, as the lefty Sami Aslam comes up to face his first delivery. Netravalker, after 5 runs off his first 2, as we mentioned, gave up just 11 last time. That one stays down a little bit. I had a chance to talk to Gary Graham prior to the affair here, and he said yesterday's pitch a little bit on the spongy side. There were certainly a handful of deliveries that stayed low. Played a little havoc with batters' expectations. Said it just wasn't really coming onto the bat the way you'd like. His hope was that the overnight conditions may well have hardened it up a little bit, make it a bit more of a batter's paradise. Netravalker may not appreciate that. So far, 5 off 3. That one worked to the onside. No run there, though. Arshbuch in position at mid-wicket. Grizzlies certainly looking to get off to a bit quicker of a start. Last year struggled to score early, 6.8 runs per over in the power play. Was on par with the SoCal team. So far this year, even worse, 5.2. Want to get a move on. Another one this time worked to the offside, but the fielders in the circle, attentive to it. Anshul Singh up with that one. Aslam yesterday with a boundary, but not a terribly long stay at the crease. So far this season, an 11 off 9 with 2 4s. A week ago today against East Bay, and 6 off 7 yesterday before nicking off to Colin Archibald. Another one blocked, and Saurabh Netravalker with one heck of a comeback after the 4-1 to start. 4 consecutive dot balls against the captain, and it's 5 for no loss through 1. Second over is going to go to the new man from the Morrisville Raptors, now over here in the Bay Area, Colin Archibald. Yesterday in his debut with Silicon Valley Strikers, took 1 wicket for 38 runs. That was the wicket of Sammy Aslam early in the piece. 38, a bit swollen up by a very rough final over, a couple of no balls and a few 6s hit off of him then. Up to that point, it looked pretty good, just a hair over a run of ball, but he, Devtadani, and Pranay Suri, the victims of an acceleration late in that innings for Golden State. As it worked out, still seemed to leave them about 15 to 20 runs short. He'll face off with Navanpreet Singh on the first. That one carries wide, and it'll be a free run here for the Golden State Grizzlies. That quick start, something that has evaded Golden State for the last couple of years. This a team and a club that was flying high in year 1 of minor league cricket in 2021. 12-2-1 the record. Fell to 7-7 last year. Very similar delivery, another wide. Pranay Suri going up, thinking that perhaps the toe end of the bat got a flick. Archibald looking to keep it out of the arc of Navanpreet Singh, who's already shown what he can do with a ball that he picks up properly on length. So far, yet to find the radar. Gets to that one, a nice sound off the bat, looking to split the two deep men. Long run for the man at backward square. It'll be Srini Raghavan to pick it up. A pair of runs here, and technically 4 off the first ball of this second over against Archibald. Power play, of course, just 2 deep fielders permitted outside the circle, with Singh continuing to face. One of those is Saurabh Netravalkar at third man. The other at square, or perhaps backward square, is Srini Raghavan. Singh trying to use the feet. We'll see if he got a piece of that, but either way, the ball has skipped by Rahul Jariwala. It'll be a pair of either runs or byes. And the signal is byes indeed. Singh did not get a piece of that, but enough activity there. He looked to give himself room, I think, believing Archibald was preparing to try to bust him a little further inside after staying so far away from him on the first 2 deliveries. That 2, of course, a ball that was a bit more on his legs. Navanpreet so far, busy. That one in at the stumps. Catches an outside edge and carries to Gary Graham on a couple of hops. Get a little bit of the infield chatter right here. Rahul Jariwala in his other sporting life, a pitcher and shortstop as a high school player at Irvington and Fremont. Shortstops in particular are known for being chatty. Wicket keepers no different. Another good-looking line and length on that one, a bit wider and a bit fuller. Navanpreet Singh unable to dig that one out. It's a pair of dot balls following the wides and the 2. Last 3 deliveries have looked awfully good. Another good-looking delivery there, and this time Navanpreet just lets it go. Three dots on the bounce here. Golden State last year batted first in 9 of their 14 matches, so this a little more in keeping with the strategy we're used to seeing them employ. So far this season, have had 1 of each. Batted first yesterday to try to put up a total. Chased against East Bay a week ago. That one's in the air over the head of Fine Leg, and that is going to get over the rope on the fly and nearly into adjoining property on the hop. Knocked down by a tree, but a spectacular scoop shot there. Navanpreet Singh continuing to show intent. And after what had been a rather tight over following a bit of inaccuracy from Archibald, the last one goes for a long 6, and certainly knowing he had Fine Leg up in the circle, a safe shot there as long as you don't catch that off the edge. Short delivery, scooped it up over his shoulder for the maximum. First of the day, 17 for no loss through 2. Saurabh Netravalkar stays on from the Usman Khan end of the ground, the one facing adjoining property. His first delivery worked behind for a single. Navanpreet Singh continues, Sami Aslam gets himself off the mark. 1 run for him so far off 5 deliveries. Navanpreet Singh well and truly underway with a couple of boundary shots. As we were mentioning, the SBS T20 back at the end of May put up scores of 79, 57, 42, and 40 amidst 6 innings of work there. Strike rate of 174, an average over 38. he well could be the answer to some of Golden State's struggles here to get good platforms to build from. Told you at the beginning, one of 3 changes on the day. He's joined by Pranav Pradeep and Tejas Nataraj as first-time Grizzlies and first-time participants in the 2023 Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championships. Netravalkar now around the wicket. Worked off the pads. Navanpreet Singh looking to beat the fielder to the boundary rope, but will not. Just a pair of runs there as it's chased down by Archibald at fine leg. Silicon Valley Strikers, in fact, we now have the update on the scorecard. We were originally told the Grizzlies had won the toss and elected to bowl. It turns out it's Silicon Valley winning the toss for just the 2nd time in 6 matches this season. It's the first time that the toss winner in any of their games has elected to bowl. That one stays down and plays some tricks on Singh. Thought about trying to take a quick bye. Turned aside by Sammy. Silicon Valley certainly made their money chasing last season, 8-3 in the 11 matches they chased. In fact, the only failures that came about were late in the season. The 2 playoff games, the super over loss to Chicago Tigers and the season-ending one to Seattle. You can hear the grunt, but that is lifted to long on, and it is the end of Navanpreet Singh's stirring innings. Ravinder Pal Singh settling under that one for the catch. And it's the first wicket down here for the Golden State Grizzlies. And guess who? Saurabh Netravalkar's 5th of the weekend against just 19 runs. We'll get a look here at the wicket to see what exactly bamboozled him. You could hear the effort as this one comes in. A lot of motion in the air, a little more swing this morning, I think, given the slightly colder conditions compared to yesterday, and that one just finds its way to the inside surface of the bat. Didn't get all of it, and Ravinder Pal Singh, textbook at long on. Navanpreet Singh departs 15 off the 11 deliveries he faced. 2 balls left in the over, 20 for 1. We'll tell you about the new batter in just a moment. First wicket down for Golden State. Saurabh Netravalkar striking again, and that's going to bring Anthony Bramble to the crease. Bramble yesterday 15 off 14 deliveries. A little surprising the person that got him yesterday, as he was absolutely rampant last year against leg spin. Just faced a couple off Pranay Suri and was sent packing a little earlier than he was in his debut. He'll work that to the offside, looking for the quick single, and Gary Graham can't make the clean pickup. Bramble immediately off the mark. Anthony Bramble, a 32-year-old from Guyana, comes to Silicon Valley by way of the New Jersey Stallions, where he plied his trade last season. He'll be right at home here in Davis as a Guyanese player, the owner and organizer of this ground. Founder of this ground here, also from Guyana. The namesake of the Sahadeo Pavilion. final delivery of the over is blocked over behind by Sammy Aslam, and that's going to do it for the third. Netravalkar taking the first wicket. Navanpreet Singh gone 21 for 1.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Colin Archibald will continue from the Sahadeo Pavilion end of the ground. And he'll be facing off with Anthony Bramble, who got himself off the mark with a single off the first ball he faced from Saurabh Netravalkar. Archibald, a 26-year-old from the island of Nevis. He's played a bit with the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots in the CPL. Last season, amidst a solid year with the Morrisville Raptors, was called in to the West Indies A squad. An 8.83 economy, taking wickets at a little over 22.5 runs per in his 7 matches last year in minor league cricket. Making sure he's satisfied with the run-up here. Quick chat with Ravinder Pal Singh, who is crossed over to the same position at the opposite side of the ground there at long on. Saurabh Netravalkar at a wide-ish third man in the deep. Other deep player in the field is at mid-wicket. There's nobody there, and that is absolutely stung in the direction of the creek. A little bit fine of it. And a 6 and a signal of intent. Anthony Bramble thus far in the 2 matches he's had in 2023 has been a bit of a slow starter. It's hard to have much faster of a start than that. Delivery from Archibald, we'll see here, looks like a little bit of width, and that is what Bramble will punish. He's got a pretty reproducible plan with his feet up at the crease, especially against East Bay Blazers. If he was facing pace, over and over again, it was set up outside leg, step across and cover the stumps. Got a little bit of time to kill here as that ball apparently is unfetchable. Maybe it did make its way to the creek, actually. Not an uncommon sight here, the aquatic cricket ball here at Arroyo Park. But against East Bay, when he put up 73 off 42, if you put that ball wide, he was in perfect position for it and would punish you unless you really nailed your length. And even then, still sometimes. Seemed a better strategy to go at the stumps. This one is at the stumps. It is pushed straight back past Colin Archibald. Bramble with a single as Golden State will look to imitate a little bit of what they saw yesterday from Silicon Valley. Get the big hit and then try and keep the strike rotating. Keep that righty-lefty switch happening as much as possible. Get Sammy Aslam active. He's having a little bit of a tough time getting started on these first few deliveries, although a lot of them have been against Saurabh Netravalkar, so you can't be too surprised by that. Lefty on lefty, Archibald coming over the wicket. Fends at that one, and a grunt let out all around the pitch. The entire infield wondering in that moment, ooh, are we going to get to go up and celebrate here? Aslam so far with a strike rate just over 100 on the season coming into play today. That's a full toss, and he knows what to do with that. Straight over the shoulder of the man at fine leg. That'll skid away to the fence. That is a useful loosener for Aslam. Second boundary in the over, 11 so far from the first 4. A chance to go big off Archibald here and set up a decent total. Get a look at this full toss. Going well down leg. Probably would have been a wide if he'd let it go, but obviously that far preferable. That one was moving. Good luck to the cameramen to keep up with that one. Another one wrapping around the legs, and this one will be a wide, almost a replay of the prior delivery from Archibald. Different result this time. 33 for 1 right now for the Golden State Grizzlies with not even 4 overs completed. For comparison, yesterday, if I'm recalling correctly, 30 for 2 at the end of the power play. Golden State already outpacing that, and a good bit of the time left to play. That's a much better line there from Archibald. About stump height, roughly bail height there, about 5th stump line. Sami Aslam, 13 test matches under his belt with Pakistan before coming to the United States, so that kind of line will look familiar to him from that experience. Final ball of the Archibald over. Thought about that one again, a little bit shorter and a little bit higher up. But again, no contact made by Sami Aslam. That brings the 4th over to an end. 33 for 1 Golden State, and we're going to take a peek at the minor league cricket standings here in the Pacific Conference. Give you a sense of where things stand. This is the only game going on today in the Western Division. A little more busyness happening in the Central. But here in the West, East Bay Blazers 3-0, perfect at 6 points and the better net run rate. That gives them the #1 spot. Silicon Valley Strikers right now look to be second, but take a good look at the matches played and the losses column there. They've got a couple fewer matches left to try to make hay out of than the rest of the league. SoCal Lashings arguably would be considered to be in front of them right now at the 2-1 record, especially if Silicon Valley struggle today. Seattle Thunderbolts split a pair with East Bay last week, so they're 1-1. Golden State still looking for that first victory of the season after falling yesterday. And San Diego Surf Riders, along with the Lashings, will be back in action next weekend down at Woodley Park. SoCal Lashings and San Diego hosted the opening weekend, but have not played since. San Diego having the worst of the wear there, losing to the Lashings, the Blazers, and the Strikers. So that's where we're at right now. We'll get a little closer to everybody having played the same number of matches as this season progresses, but 7 weekends, a lot of times you're playing 2 or 3 in a weekend, so it's a little bumpy at the beginning. Some early deployment of left arm spin. This is an interesting surprise here. Srini Raghavan into the attack from the Usman Khan end. First delivery is hoiked into the gap, and it's going to be a long run to try to keep it inside the boundary. And it's an unsuccessful long run for Arshbuch. A 4 to start off Raghavan, and very similarly to Saurabh Netravalkar, who gave up a boundary off the first ball after giving up just 11 runs yesterday. Raghavan would have been their most economical bowler, if not for Saurabh just going crazy. Srini took 1 for 16 as we take a look here at this first delivery. That one right at the stumps. Bramble coming across, using the feet and making some room for that. Big sweeping 6 into the creek. We may have another delay here as Arshbuch looks to fetch that one. That is about the farthest ball I've seen hit this weekend. A no-doubter off the bat of Anthony Bramble, who's already got 18 off his first 5. For Raghavan, we said 16 runs off of 24 deliveries yesterday. He's already up to 10 off 2. does appear we've managed to fetch that one. Did not go for a swim. But an immediate conference between Srinivas Raghavan and the two men fielding at long off and mid on. Another attempt at the sweep and an appeal from Srini Raghavan falling on deaf ears right now. We'll get a look at this one here, trying for the same idea. This one pitched a bit wider, decent bit of purchase. That, in fact, if anything, may have been going down leg. Good looking turn there. That one is chopped on, and Anthony Bramble, boom, boom, gone. It's not an uncommon refrain, especially in T20 cricket. Certainly was riding his luck on the swing immediately preceding having his wicket taken, but Srini Raghavan has struck. Bramble losing his wicket to spin for the second time this weekend. We saw a few of them targeting the stumps that got deposited well over the rope. Then one a little bit wider that almost turned into the happy zone. This one turns away. The arm ball earlier had very nearly brought about the LBW. This time around, a decent bit of a way turn, and Bramble unable to direct it away from the timber. That'll do it for the number 3 here for Golden State Grizzlies. We'll tell you about the next one up in just a moment, but 43 for 2. The light and the dark here for Srinivas Raghavan, who had his struggles on the first 2 deliveries, but a brilliant comeback after the 4 and the 6. A dot followed by the wicket of the ever-dangerous Anthony Bramble, and that one certainly is going to get at least a half shout as Zia Shahzad, the new man at the crease, just managing to get a little something on that one and direct it back behind for a run. He's off the mark quickly. Sami Aslam, meanwhile, has faced just 10 of the first 29 deliveries. Has delivered only 5 of the 44 runs. But he'll be tasked with building up another partnership as Anthony Bramble gone for 18. Looks like Raghavan will switch to bowl over the wicket to the left-hander Aslam. Taking up the opposite side around the umpire Shailendra Raj. Lifted in the air, could be a chance, coming in, and a brilliant catch from Dev Thadani! The youngster loves to field here at Arroyo Park. On his debut back in 2021, took a blinder in front of Stephen Davies and myself in a match that clinched a playoff spot for the Silicon Valley Strikers. Today, he's taken the captain, Srini Raghavan. My goodness, a story of 2 halves of that over. 4-6 dot, you're not feeling great. Wicket, 1 wicket, and your top 3 in the shed, and you feel pretty good about all that. Not so different from the weekend Raghavan had, as a matter of fact, to start this season down in Southern California. Srini in that one had a very economical first spell, giving up just 15 runs in 4 overs, and then the next day was a little expensive but began to strike for wickets. This time gets Aslam fetching well outside the line, trying to sweep through it, and just got enough of a top edge to leave it there, but the work not done. This by no means a simple catch for Dev Thadani. My word, at full stretch, almost overrunning it just a touch. And the hair flowing in the breeze as he celebrates and launches that one into the heavens. Crazy end of the fifth over, 44 for 3.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Are we back from commercial yet? Yeah. After a brilliant play in the field, it's going to be Dev Thadani handed the ball for the final over of the power play here from the Sahadeo Pavilion end. An absolute blinder of a catch to dismiss the captain, Sami Aslam, and it's now a pair of fresh batters looking to get their eyes in here, and we'll see what that does to the run rate. Generally speaking, this season, the Golden State Grizzlies have been pretty good at getting a move on once they get to the middle overs and have been great at the death. They may have to consolidate here after an aggressive, never mind that, immediately pulled away on the first delivery, and Zia Shahzad hits that one for 4. Forget everything I just said. That's how you get your eye in. Shahzad, a run a ball 25 yesterday. This one short and in the arc, and very similar to the 4 that he hit off of Sarab Netravalkar. It's quite a different start for him. Yesterday, his first boundary didn't come until the 22nd ball he faced. Hit the 24th one for a maximum and then was gone on the 25th. Blocks that one into the ground. That's been the thing that Zia's had to work on a little bit here. The whole bang, bang, gone that we saw with Anthony Bramble has been his MO so far this season. Opening day a week ago against East Bay had 12 off 10, but that 12 off 10 was 2 off 7. And then in a 3-ball span against Sanjay Krishnamurthy, he went 6-4, goodbye. Yesterday it was 6-2-4, goodbye. After he finally got off the boundary schneid, that one comes up and gets a piece of his midsection. Threw the shot a little early, Thadani taking a bit off of that one. And a good comeback there so far for the youngster. Thadani trying to work on that power play economy. Last year, bowled 3 overs, 2.84. This season so far, 11.33 coming into action on the weekend. This is a little more like it. It will be interesting to see when he gets up against Shivam Mishra, if he gets up against Shivam Mishra over at the other side, who just came in and has yet to face a delivery after the dismissal of Aslam. Thadani's been kind of all or nothing against left-handed batting. That one again bunted into the offside. Anshul Singh quickly to it. Against right-handed batters, he's been economical, but a little less dangerous than he is against lefties. 8.06 the economy, 1 wicket in 35 deliveries coming in. But against lefties, 53% dots, a strike rate of 9.5 balls a wicket, but the economy balloons a little bit. A lot of boundaries. This one just to the side of the man at fine leg, Lahiru Milanta, and quickly moving between the wickets. They will take 2. Call came early. And that is the final ball with the restrictions in place. Golden State, highest scoring power play of the season, but it does come at a cost, 50 for the loss of 3.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
look at our scorecard through the first 6 overs. Navanpreet Singh got them off to a quick start, 15 off 11 for him before he was out, caught in the deep by Ravinderpal Singh. Netravalkar striking again, and then team seemed to be off to a runner with Anthony Bramble hitting boundary after boundary, but Srini Raghavan, after getting targeted on the first 2 deliveries, one heck of a comeback, dismisses both the dangerous Bramble and the captain. That's where we stand right now. Zia Shahzad trying to get underway. Had a 4 off the Dani and a double and a single. This will be the first ball faced by Shivam Mishra coming off of Srini Raghavan. That one guided to the man at long off. And a single to start. Raghavan kind of the opposite of what we were just discussing with Tadani, where Dev has been very dangerous against lefties, but not quite so economical. Actually, and Srini has been the other way around. He has been destroying right-handed batters this season. Came into the weekend with 7 wickets and a 9.7 strike rate against righties. First delivery to Zia Shahzad, a little bit of out turn. It's a swing and a miss. He'll just be happy not to have picked up a feathered edge on that. Zia reassessing his plan of attack here potentially. A whole lot of turn. That one flirting with the outside line. Zia Shahzad wants a freebie here. Would have to imagine Shailendra Raj thinking you're already so far across your stumps that we're going to extend that line a little bit. This time targeting the stumps, and a diving attempt won't keep it on the infield. Full commitment from Ravinderpal Singh rather. That's been Raghavan so far this year, though. Keeping it quiet against lefties, 5.36 the economy. Giving up a little more against right-handed batting, but a dangerous strike bowler, and you've already seen him take out a righty and a lefty today. That is on the carpet, and a nice diving stop by Surrey to keep it from getting over the line. 2 runs saved as the ball's launched back in by Ravinderpal Singh. Reasonably tight over so far here. 4 from the 5 deliveries for Raghavan. Worth noting, 5 for 2 since those first 2 deliveries on the 9 balls that have preceded. I should say 2 for 5. Use of the feet from Mishra, and he again able to beat a fielder on the offside. And that'll be a single to finish off the over. 7 gone, 55 for the loss of 3.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
And it'll be our first look at leg spin as the captain puts his hand up. Pranay Surrey will be bowling from the Sahadeo Pavilion end. Yesterday, 1 wicket for the concession of 35 runs in his 4 overs of work. He was one of the bowlers somewhat battered toward the end of that innings. A major partnership between the tail enders, Niraj Gul and Saraf Hussain, both of whom are back in the team today. His first delivery goes for a single here. Today's game, a production of Crick Live Productions. That's Kriclive. Got Rafa and Ranji on the camera work today for you. Vishal Tikku behind the controls, and I am Joe Hickey. And I can't think of a better way to spend a Sunday afternoon than camped out here at Arroyo Park. A lovely late morning, soon to turn early afternoon. And a pair of rivals going at it here, although it's been a one-sided rivalry. That ball a little wide of the tram line. Surrey will have to bowl that again. That one slapped by Zia Shahzad straight back towards where it came from. A single here. Trust you got to enjoy the sound of that one as much as I did here in the cans. This is usually where you see Pranay Surrey bowling. Last season, 34 of his 40 overs here in the middle. Steepling bounce on that one. To be either the arm ball or even perhaps the googly, as that one kicked away from the left-hander. Surrey working through his balls quickly. That one maybe worked off the pads. Chance for a run out at the wicketkeeper's end. Unable to deliver it onto the stumps. No, excuse us. That is... Now, Zia Shahzad appears to be sticking around. I did not see a signal. Good looking play there, though. I don't think that Jadiwala was quite able to settle it. May well have knocked the bails off with his gloves. I apologize for the delay in certainty. Body language can be tough to read after a moment like that. Another one that comes up and bites Zia Shahzad. Another one that comes leaping up off the surface. Gary Graham may well have been right about this being a little bit harder. Surrey not bowling particularly short, but these balls have been coming up to chest and clavicle height on Zia Shahzad and Shiva Mishra. Relatively clean first over for Surrey, just 4 from it, 59 for 3 through 8.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
It will be Srini Raghavan continuing from the Usman Khan end. Mishra trying to guide that one back behind square. Beats Gary Graham on the infield, and that'll be a pair of runs, although a decent chance back at Rahul Jadiwala's end, and you do have to watch out for that. In Jadiwala and Anthony Bramble today, you actually have the 2 top wicketkeeper dismissers in last season's tournament. Always in the game. They get the opportunities, whether it be through runouts, whether it be through stumpings. A lot of caught behind. It looks like Shailendra Raj getting out the switchblade there to deal with a splinter that came off the bat on that last one. Moving the feet is Mishra just over the jump of Saurabh Netravalkar. Long run at the boundary, but it'll hold up in the surface. Arsh Butch gets it back in, another 2. Mishra looking a little bit more active, both between the wickets and at the crease. Mishra with an absolutely outstanding 2022. Swing and a miss through that one. 133 strike rate and an average of 30.5. Both of those a major boost over what he had done in 2021. found his way up into the 3 and 4 spots in the lineup by the end of the season. That is an example of what he did all last year as he splits the deep protection between long on and mid wicket. That's a 4 for Mishra. He's already doubled his scoring output from the first 2 matches of the season as he goes to 14 off 10 on that gorgeous swing. 4 off 9 a week ago against East Bay. 5 off 15, one of the slower accumulators in yesterday's game, bottled up by Netravalkar and Archibald, as that is going to draw an appeal and a finger. And that is all she wrote for Shivam Mishra. After a couple of good-looking swings and maybe riding his luck a little bit on the one that nudged over Netravalkar, he has gone LBW to Srini Raghavan, who takes his 3rd wicket of this encounter. For Mishra yesterday, it was a lot of pace coming at him, bottled him up. Dave Thadani, the one who eventually dismissed him. Today, damage, both done and then absorbed against spin. Get a look at this one from Srini Raghavan, and that is straight as can be. Maybe the only concern for Mishra being height or even an inside edge. It did look like it got to the pads. Hit right around the knee roll. The only opinion that matters is that of the umpire, and he is sent packing. So that'll bring out yesterday's star, Harish Kakani, 32-year-old from India, and a transfer in from the San Diego Surf Riders. He was a free agent pre-draft. And certainly with the trouble that San Diego have had with batting, as we get another look here at the Shivam Mishra dismissal. Just an arm ball there from Raghavan, not a whole lot of turn. Mishra unimpressed, be it by line or height. Kakani, of course, is going to produce one of my favorite things. Well, it's not his fault. It'll actually be Navanpreet Singh's fault later on. A second number 16 in the team. My apologies in advance if I mix them up later on. But Kakani yesterday, building on what we did see glimpses of with San Diego last season, guides that one back to 3rd man. Gary Graham will fetch, and immediately off the mark is Harish Kakani. We'll tell you a little more about him after this break. 9 overs gone, 68 for 4.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Just a run a ball for the 3 overs since the fielding restrictions were lifted. That's certainly an improvement for Silicon Valley strikers. They've been very economical in the power play, but have gotten a bit expensive in the middle overs so far this season. It'll be Pranay Suri continuing on here for the 10th over, when batted down by Kakani. Kakani last year, 4 scores over the 20 mark for San Diego. Finished out with an average of 10.5. That one, a little bit of purchase there for Suri. Just does evade the bat of the new man. It's a faster scorer last year against spin, 116 strike rate versus 84 against Pacers, so he'll be happy to see Suri out there right now. Yesterday faced 2/3 of the deliveries that he was up against versus spin, 23 off 18, including including 3 of his 4 boundary shots. Works this one to the vacant mid-wicket area. That'll be a single to get off the schneid here against Surrey. So far, Pranay Surrey looking for a comeback from yesterday's abnormally expensive outing. 35 runs in those 4 overs. Coming into action, an economy of about 6.6. Zia Shahzad digging that one out. Be another signal to about the same area. So the slowdown taking place here a little bit in the middle overs. Golden State on almost exactly the same pace as they were on yesterday. Fewer wickets in hand, but at the moment they nearly got to 140 yesterday. They've got almost half of that through 10 completed overs, just 2 off the second over of Pranay Surrey. We're halfway home in the first innings, 70 for the loss of 4.
आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
And the Silicon Valley Strikers are going to bowl out Srini Raghavan here from the Usman Khan end. 4 overs on the bounce for him after he came in to relieve Saurabh Netravalkar on this end. It's been an effective spell, 3 for 25. And as a reminder, 10 of those runs came on the first 2 balls that he bowled. Anthony Bramble finding a gap for a 4 off the first delivery and then launching one towards the creek on the second. Since then, 3 wickets for just 15 runs on the remaining 14 deliveries. A correction, 16 deliveries. Make it now 17. That one launched into the air. That's in our direction. We'll see if the wind holds it up. That is just going to get over Pranay Surrey. And just to the right of our own Vishal Tiku. Get lost in the monitor by accident there. Next thing you know, ball's coming right at you. So we had one yesterday that got launched into this tree above us and scared the dickens out of me because I lost it in the clouds. I hadn't yet clocked whether it was a high arcer that was going to clear me easily or something that was headed for my head. Zia Shahzad trying to push a little bit of acceleration here on that one. That 6 brings him back to a run a ball. Raghavan playing with the tram line on the next delivery, just does manage to sneak it inside. That one whacked and handled by Ravinderpal Singh inside the circle. A couple of dots following the 6-2 straightaway center field, if you will. That one's in the air. That is easy practice for Gary Graham. And Zia Shahzad, it's been a bit of a pattern once he starts trying to accelerate. You get that 6, you get that 4. Next thing you know, you get that walk back to the pavilion. 5th wicket down, half the side retired with just over half the balls bowled. And it's 76 for 5 as we'll get a look at the ball that eventually gets Zia Shahzad here. Looking to push the pace a bit. A lot of flight on this one. Raghavan gives Shahzad a good look at that one. Took some pace off, the shot thrown just a smidge early. He toe ends that one up in the air, and no safer pair of hands on this field in two-tone blue than Gary Graham's. Still have happy memories of the first minor league cricket match I attended back in 2021 and listening to the kids and the parents of the kids that Gary Graham coaches at the the East Bay Youth Cricket Academy, just sledging him mercilessly, anything that he might happen to have a misfield on. anything he wasn't quite able to get to, but you get a look at what makes him so secure there. Now it does appear here we may have one of the new participants striding to the crease to partner Harish Kakani. Taking a look at the scorecard, remaining in the shed are the newcomers Tejas Natharaj and Pranav Pradeep, along with 3 bowlers, Niraj Gul and Sadaf Hussain, who had a nice partnership at the end of the innings yesterday, but it is in fact Vatsal Vagela who will come out to bat here. I believe that will be Vatsal Vagela's first innings of the season. Look to confirm that. We do have confirmation. Third match played, of course, but yet to be called upon with bat in hand this year. Last season, came out of the shed with a stick twice. 11 runs off 12 deliveries, 13 off 22 in his rookie season in 2021. This the danger here for Golden State Grizzlies after a risk-taking and swashbuckling start. They are running a little bit low on extra batting. We've got 2 debutantes and 2 bowlers who admittedly have shown what they're capable of. We'll see what Vagela's got here as he starts with a single. He'll be back on strike when we start the 12th, 77 for the loss of 5.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
Slip in place for Pranay Suri as we get the 12th over underway. Vatsal Vagela on strike. Another one of those big loopy flighted balls like we saw from Srinivas Raghavan to dismiss Zia Shahzad. That'll go for a single to the onside. So far the story today, a handful of 20-ish partnerships. Opening partnership, mostly from Navanpreet Singh, went for 20. Aslam and Bramble went for 23 before he was dismissed. 2 balls later, Aslam was gone, and then about 20 added between Shivam Mishra and Zia Shahzad. That one briefly in the air, but that'll get to the man at long off on a couple of bounces. Harish Kakani adding a 3rd run to his total. Just 9 runs added for the 5th wicket. The one thing that Golden State do have going for them has been the finishing in those death overs. The key thing now is going to be making sure they've still got batters left when they get there. Still another 3.5 overs left before the phase of the game in which they have been most successful with bat in hand. Suri from around the wicket, inside out swing, that'll get wide of Ravinder Pal Singh in the circle for a single. So far, confident looking stroke play from Vatsal Vagela. For the Grizzlies, good to know they have that in them to score so fast at the death overs. Though part of the reason that they may have done so is because they've really had to up to this point. That one airborne for a bit, but it's to Tadani on a hop. Surrey again keeping it tight. Just 10 runs conceded off his first 17 deliveries. 4 of those here in this over. He'll face off with Vagela for the final offering of the 12th. Work to the onside, and Vagela doing good work to find the open areas. Guide the ball there. He's got 4 off the first 5 he's faced. 5 off the over against Surrey. 8 overs left, 82 for 5.
गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Dev Thadani back into the attack. He'll be bowling this time from the Usman Khan end. Gave up a 4 and a 2 on either side of 4 dot balls in his first over. Silicon Valley looking to continue to apply pressure here. They've slowed the run rate considerably. 50 runs put up in the first 6 overs by the Golden State Grizzlies, just 32 in the 6 overs since. They've brought that down to a little over a run a ball. First delivery from Tadani is a freebie. Youngster from Milpitas, Vatsal Vagela on strike. And Tadani knocks him over. Takes a bite out of off stump. And while it was a confident outing for Vagela, it is a short one, 6th wicket down. Looked like Tadani may well have taken a little bit off as he retires his fellow promising young player here in Northern California minor league cricket. Coming over the wicket, decent bit of seam movement in on that one. Had the angle going toward 4th stump, and then the ball took a left turn and hit the top of off and middle. That's about how you draw it up if you're somebody who's looking to pick up seam movement. It's where you want that ball to hit. Nothing Vagela could do about it. We'll now see Tejas Nataraj. Mentioned before at the opening that Nataraj is going to be shown here on Cricket Club's data as Tejas FCC, a reference to Folsom Cricket Club. Navanpreet Singh, who had a brilliant start to things as an opener, showed a lot of intent. He and Pranav Pradeep in for Sohan Bhatt and Karan Chandel, who we may see as substitute fielders throughout the second innings. Bit of work to be done here. It does look like they might be trying to save Niraj Goel and Sadaf Hussain for a little bit later in the piece. Those two and Pranav Pradeep, the only batters left for Sami Aslam to deploy. Few changes to the field with the new man in. Tejas here making his debut in minor league cricket. Facing down the young pacer. That one off the splice of the bat. A little confusion between the wickets, but not a clean pickup there on the offside, so no harm, no foul. Thadani yesterday 1 for 32. That one is a swing and a miss. We had mentioned at the time Thadani had been a bit all or nothing against left-handed batters. And so somewhat predictably, it's Vatsal Vagela that he picks up. Just a pair of right-handers now. He's been a bit more economical, but a little less likely to strike. Just one wicket taken against right-handed batting coming into the weekend. But here is that economy, 3 consecutive dots to the new man. Tejas Nataraj off the mark, picking up a single there on the 4th ball he faces. That'll let Kakani face the last one of the 13th. Certainly the tightening of the bolts by Silicon Valley strikers, something that's going to frustrate the Grizzlies. Got off to such a great start and have seen it ground back down to a much lower strike rate than they like. That one straight back to the bowler, Thadani, and that'll end the over. A sparkling one from the youngster, 2 runs off it, and the wicket of Vatsal Vagela. 84 for 6 with 7 to go.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
A look at the scorecard. A lot of guys getting into double figures, but nobody yet past 20. And I mentioned 20 earlier as that sort of magic number. Most of the partnerships have ended right around the 20 mark as well. It's been a tough go of it here, as it's the very definition of wickets taken at regular intervals. As it'll be Pranay Suri continuing on, and a ball flicked to third man. Dev Thadani up with it. No run there against the new man, Tejas. A little bit of a change in approach here. Looks like Thadani's going to head to fine leg, and Lahir Milanta in as a slip. Direct response to that first delivery from the leg spinner. Misses a bit with the line that time, drifts down leg, and is deposited into the vacant mid-wicket area. That'll be a single. Pranay Suri so far, fantastic outing with the ball in hand. At just the 12th run he's conceded in 20 deliveries. He and Raghavan a big part of applying the clamps. He's been the more economical one. Raghavan's been the strike bowler, as that one sprayed over to the offside. Wickets have been taken in the 3rd over, 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 9th, 1 in the 11th, 1 in the 13th. Reverse sweep there brought out by Tejas. Feels like being a left-hander. Manages to pick up a run from that, a few singles. The way Pranay Suri's bowled today, that's gold right there, just getting anything. Clinical bowling effort here. Pranay Suri gets that one to stay low. seen a lot of success on the big looping balls that have baited the Grizzlies into more expansive shots than they called for. This time he goes a bit more direct. One ball left in his spell. Here it comes from Pranay. That one lifted deep and out of the park over the top of Srini Raghavan at backwards square. So those figures must up just a little bit. Only 14 off the first 23, but a 6 to send him packing. 20 off of Surrey in his spell, 93 for 6 with 6 overs to go as we take a look at a fantastic shot. This one drifting down leg, bit of a half volley, and Harish Kakani knows what to do with that. Brief illusion perhaps that it might have not had enough Sunoco to make it to the boundary, but it gets the job done. 6 overs to go, 93 for 6.
आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Dev Thadani will continue from the commentary end, the Usman Khan end of the ground. Thadani so far 1 for 8 in his 2 overs. Gave up just 2 and took a valuable wicket on that last one. Only one of those coming off the bat. He'll dig in against Tejas Nataraj. Nice bit of motion there, and a fend, and it goes straight through to Jadiwala. Harish Kakani right now at the non-striker's end just became the 5th player for the Grizzlies into double figures. He'll see if he can become the first one to reach that 20 mark. And Thadani blows up the stumps again. Tejas Nataraj, a short stay at the crease. It'll be 3 for him off of 9, but a very similar looking delivery, albeit maybe a bit further towards leg stump than the one that dismissed Vagella. Of course, different angles looking to be set up. Again, a bit of seam motion in, or rather away in this case, with the right-handed batter. And moments after his bat had been beaten by one, Thadani is rampant here. He really does enjoy bowling here in Davis, California. May have had gotten a little bit of late tap yesterday to go at 1 for 32, but a spectacular delivery to get the wicket he got that day. And now 2 for just 8 runs in today's match. Apologize for the technical issues here. If necessary, we'll go into radio cricket call to make sure you can follow along. Ah, there we are. Sunoco getting a little bit of extra screen time there. We appreciate our sponsors, of course. Sunoco, your title sponsor for 2023 minor league cricket. Presenting sponsor, Lakshmi House of Spices. It's a promotion for them. They've just been the team sponsor for the Silicon Valley Strikers the first 2 seasons. Moving on up in the world. A spicy encounter here of Silicon Valley have pulled the scoring rate down, and Dev Thadani has got the Grizzlies down 7. First delivery to the new batter, Sadaf Hussain. Very similar to the ones that preceded it. He is either just missing the bat or getting folks to chop on over the course of today. He got Shiva Mishra yesterday, which was a big, important one. Sadaf Hussain, the 33-year-old from Chakwal, Pakistan. 15 off 9 deliveries on debut yesterday. He and Niraj Gul were part of that big partnership at the end of the innings. Golden State are going to need something like what they got yesterday to make this a defendable total. Again, Dev Thadani continuing to shine in the field, whether it's off his own bowling or out in the deep. He has really been something else. Had a phenomenal catch earlier He's now taken 2 wickets with ball in hand, and the defending off his own bowling there to keep this over for the time being unblemished. 2 left from it. That one stays low, and that can be a problem when you're 6'5" like Sadaf Hussain is. Highlight of his innings yesterday was a 6 that he hit off of Thadani in the final over. But a whole other kind of bowling coming from Dev right now. That one is lifted in the air, but not far enough to get by Ravinderpal Singh. And long on, it'll be a single. It doesn't end up being a wicket maiden for Dev Thadani, but not for lack of trying. Just 1 from it, and another wicket down, 94 for 7 as we hit the death overs.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
Dev Thadani, a fantastic spell so far. 2 wickets taken, just 9 runs off of his 3 overs. He's got 1 left in the bank here as we hit the death overs. We'll take a quick look to see who we might see a bit of here. Both Saurabh Netravalkar and Colin Archibald have 2 left, and it is Saurabh Netravalkar at the Sahadeo Pavilion end of the ground, ready to bowl the 16th. He'll start off against Sadaf Hussain, who took a single off the final delivery to muss up what was looking like perhaps a wicket maiden. The fielding continues here. Pranay Suri saving 3 runs with a diving stop of that ball. Guided to fine leg by Sadaf Hussain. That'll bring Kakani back on strike, 11 so far off his 12. We mentioned again, 50 runs in the power play for the Golden State Grizzlies. They haven't scored another 50 yet. Nearly 10 more overs bowled. And that run rate has come on down to roughly where it landed yesterday. And as a reminder, yesterday it was a very late flurry that got them anywhere near that in the first place. They were cruising along at 5.5 runs and over for the majority of their innings yesterday. Saurabh Netravalkar looking to keep that run rate right where it's been. That one buzzes by the bat. Goes back to Rahul Jadiwala without a touch. Netravalkar gave up 9 runs off of his first 2, but did take an early wicket, picking up Navanpreet Singh after he had done a little bit of damage. Kakani guides that one wide of the man at mid-wicket. A single as Golden State creep up on the century mark as a team today. That one in the air, brief shouts of catch it, but it will fall safely between the 2 long fielders just beyond Saurabh Netravalkar. Saurabh yesterday, it was all about economy early and then strike bowling late. Bowled a maiden 3rd over. If I recall correctly, gave up maybe 3 in the 1st over, but it was down the stretch that he got rampant. He took all 4 wickets in his last 2 overs. Flirted with a hat trick after taking the first 2 of those. Three off the first 4 of this one, make it 3 off the first 5 as Kakani guides that to the man in the covers, Lahiru Milanta. Can hear the chatter on the field here, and that's been something last season in particular Suhas Vedam and I took note of. A very chatty team, the Silicon Valley Strikers, and there were certain games where you would see a stark contrast between the two sides, just in terms of volume. Kakani shuffles forward, pushes that one to long on. It'll be a single off the final ball, just 4 from the Netravalkar over. 4 overs left, 98 for 7.
आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट में क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
We'll see the final over from Dev Tadani coming from the Usman Khan end here. Lets us know that it'll likely then be, actually quite possibly, Archibald, then Netravalkar from this side, then Archibald again to finish off, as Colin is the one that's got 2 overs left to bowl, unless we're going to see a surprise 6th bowler at some point in here. But Thadani on a roll right now, as we said, gave up 6 runs off of his first over. That was the 6th over of the power play. Since then has come back for the last 2 overs from the Usman Khan end. Taken a wicket, give it up 2, and then took a wicket and just barely lost out on a maiden due to a single on the final ball from Sadaf Hussain. Here he comes. Tap to the onside and another dot for Dev Tadani. Even the 6th that he gave up in the first over he bowled came by way of just 2 scoring shots, a 4 and a 2. He has absolutely dotted it up today. Shuffling forward and missing is Kakani, and we nearly have a replay opportunity perhaps for the kicked wicket. Not going to come across. Thought that Tadani might celebrate the World Cup final this morning by trying to instep that one into the wicket. What we nearly saw was a replay of the dismissal yesterday of Lahiru Milanta with the step forward, the swing and a miss, and then the underhand into the stumps. This time around, though, Kakani a bit more attentive, able to scurry back. And when it did hit the stumps, kicked far enough away that the 2 men were able to exchange places and pick up a run. And with that single by Sadaf Hussain, it'll be the 100 up for Golden State Grizzlies, but you have to imagine a great deal later than they hoped it would be. First 50 taken care of inside the power play. The second 50 has taken just a hair over 10 overs to obtain. Hussain, Kakani, and you would imagine Niraj Gul going to need to get a move on. Outside edge, and that's going to run fine of Ravinder Pal Singh down at 3rd man. Boundary shot immediately thereafter. Get a look at this one from Tadani. Continues to attack the stumps. That one with apparently a little bit of swing to the outside gave Kakani just enough width. That'll bring out a few fielding changes. Saurabh Netravalkar to a wide cover. A little deeper than you might expect out there. This one worked to the onside. Right at Lahiru Milanta, no run there. And we see the fix there on the scoreboard. That first dot hadn't been credited earlier. All seems to be right now. Final ball of Dev Thadani's spell, 2 for 15. But that is walloped. It is moving, but good work by Anshul Singh to keep the feet inside the boundary and limit that to just a single off the final ball. 2 for 16 taken by Dev Thadani here. 3 overs left. It's going to be the Archibald and Saurabh show from here to the finish. 105 for 7.
Sir? He's going up. Come on!
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Come on! You can stay there!
Subfielder Umang Parikh into the game. And it appears that might be for Dev Thadani, who is on his way towards the pavilion. Initially thought it might be Ravinder Pal Singh, but that he's just heading out to where they're going to station him. Hope that Thadani's in good shape. He's, of course, been a plus fielder out there for Silicon Valley Strikers, along with the 2 wickets he took and the economical bowling that he gave them. He's responsible as well for a diving grab to dismiss Sami Aslam way back in the power play, that 3rd wicket down just after they'd lost Anthony Bramble. It will be Colin Archibald from the Sahadeo Pavilion end for the 18th over. Harish Kakani with that boundary in the prior over, able to try to begin the acceleration that's going to be necessary here for Golden State to have much of a chance in this one. Archibald over the wicket. Reaching out and tapping that, and they'll have to get active between the wickets. Gary Graham's throw well high, but also well backed up. Just a single. That'll bring up Sadaf Hussain, 4 off of the first 7 he's faced. As we mentioned, his 15 off 9 yesterday, highlighted by a 6er off the Dhani in the final over, so his acceleration was particularly late. With the left-handed hitter coming up, fielder movement all over the place. Saurabh Netravalkar at fine leg is up, 3rd man is deep. That one a steepling bounce on Sadaf Hussain. Didn't see the signal from the umpire, but Hussain appears to be walking off. And if so, that is wicket number 8 down. I never saw the appeal, nor the signal, but he's not waiting for permission. So that'll be 4 off of 8 for him in his 2nd match of the weekend. We'll take another look at this delivery and see if it's as borderline as we thought. Oh, that is an absolutely obvious outside edge. So even without the signal, no doubt whatsoever about that. And Colin Archibald has picked up a wicket here in his 3rd over of work as he begins this match-ending spell. That'll bring out Niraj Gul, who had partnered with Sadaf yesterday to add 33 off the final 14 deliveries. He's going to come out with Kakani, who was yesterday's batting star for Golden State, and see what they can put together here. We were talking a little bit before about Golden State's tendency in terms of batting by phase. This season, they are the 2nd fastest team in the division to only the East Bay Blazers, and 5th fastest team in minor league cricket overall in batting at the death. First delivery to goal, that one in the air wide, the man at long off. That'll get away for a boundary. Initial signal from the umpire was a 6, but you hear the correction coming in from Peanut Gallery. That didn't look, at least from our position, like it made it all the way over, but A lovely shot, a bit of width on offer to Niraj Gul. Gul yesterday, 16 off 8. That's his third 6 on the weekend. Or excuse me, third boundary shot rather on the weekend against Colin Archibald. Looking for more here, but there is protection. Saurabh Netravalkar deep at a wide third man, and that'll just be a single. 2 left in the over, and Kakani comes back on strike. Wind picking up, blowing left to right across your screen here. We'll see if Archibald makes any use of that as he looks to angle something across Harish Kakani. Fends that one down. Good high bounce. Ball fielded by Umang Parikh, the substitute fielder. Deep protection at third man, and then everything else out in front of Niraj Gul. A mid-wicket, a long on, a long off, and a deep extra cover. That one potentially a leg side wide if he'd let it go. Nearly a mix-up as Kakani wanted it, Gul didn't. And it'll be a dot to finish things off, so the Archibald over goes for 7, but the 8th wicket down. 2 to go here from Arroyo Park in the first innings.
लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Biggest partnership of the day was Anthony Bramble and Sammy Aslam back in the power play. 23 runs for the second wicket. It has been wickets at regular intervals throughout. Golden State sitting at 112 for 8. Only Pranav Pradeep, the debutant, waits in the shed. Saurabh Netravalkar, a change of ends as he gets ready to bowl his final over from the Usman Khan end. He'll be hoping to bring Pranav Pradeep out here as quickly as possible. Niraj Gul on strike, Harish Kakani on strike to face the first delivery. That one, a bit more bounce, a bit shorter length than I think Saurabh intended. That'll be a wide to start. We assume Archibald will bowl the 20th. Signal as well for 1 ball over shoulder height already in the over. Saurabh will need to be a little more careful with his length for the duration of this over. Nice comeback ball there, well delivered. Angled away, even from that around the wicket. Initial angle, and able to get the dot. Saurabh Netravalkar, of course, we saw in action in Major League Cricket with the Washington Freedom. Put up some stellar figures, had a few games where he got knocked around there, but a few where he did the knocking around. Walter White style. He was the one who knocks. Second dot following the wide. Netravalkar, the Mumbai native, came to the States in 2015 thinking his cricket career was over, and that could not have been further from the truth. Outside edge, that is going to get over Gary Graham and fall safely. Chased down at a wide third man, and a pair of runs there for Harish Kakani. Saurabh talked last year with Steve Steinberg of Crick America for the Road to Minor League Cricket series. Told us about his idols. As that one has found the pads, the only question is line, and it is given. Wicket number 9 down. And it is Harish Kakani, a second 20-plus score on the bounce for him. But Golden State now at 115 for 8, barely over a run a ball, and you would not have guessed 12-plus overs ago that the Grizzlies might end up with a lower score today than they had yesterday, despite that 50 for 3 rather, start in the power play. Saurabh Netravalkar's got his second. Absolutely plumb in front of the stumps as we get a second look at it here. Height may be a bit of a concern. That probably a bail trimmer, if anything. But Kakani certainly was expecting to go. You can see there's just the body language on that one. Got him at the knee roll. Line, not a problem. Plumb in front. And that will bring up at 11 Pranav Pradeep on debut here with the Golden State Grizzlies. It's not his first innings in minor league cricket, however. Suited up in 2021 for the Florida Beamers. Has 1 run to his name. Saurabh Netravalkar a chance here potentially to bring this innings to an end. He'll get some field changes here, but he's telling Steve Steinberg about his idols when he put together his Dream 11 and cited specifically Glenn McGraw for his accuracy, Wasim Akram for his swing. Both of those on full display on the LBW. Penultimate delivery of his spell, worked off the pads by Pradeep.
Go, go, go.
Pick up a run. Tough to tell in the monitors here whether that was a call go-go to the fielder to come get that one, or go-go from Pranav Pradeep hoping to pick up a second, but either way. Single taken off of it. Already had Dev Tadani at 2 for 16 for his full spell. Netravalkar 2 for 17, 1 ball remaining. Niraj Goul pops this one up. Long run for Jadiwala and Archibald. Neither one of them is going to get there, and it'll be a scampered single to finish off the over. And Saurabh Netravalkar's spell 2 for 18 for Saurabh, who continues to get that 2 for something in the high teens so frequently you kind of want to set your watch to it. Just another 5 off that over. 117 for 9, 6 balls left to bowl.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
Ball handed to the left arm pacer Colin Archibald. Silicon Valley Strikers now with him in the fold, back to the double barrel left arm pace attack in the power play and at the death. Last season it was usually Kalvinder Singh, Raymond Reefer, Saurabh Netravalkar, pick any 2 of them. It's been adopted by a few other teams here in the division, most notably Ayan Desai and Elmore Hutchinson with SoCal lashings. It'll be Archibald coming around the wicket to goal, looking for a little bit of invention. Unable to make contact. 5 balls left in the innings. And this is your final partnership here. 1 good strike, and Archibald could bring it to a close a little early. 1 for 29 for him today, the day after a 1 for 38 spell. He would love nothing more than to get Goul off strike. 2 6s and a 4 off Archibald already this weekend. Flays that one off the edge of the bat. And on 1 bounce, it is across. No, actually, that bounce was already past the rope. Make it another 6. With that, Golden State clear the run a ball point. 123 for 9 with 4 deliveries left. Niraj Goul taking advantage of a little width, open the face of the bat. Good job by the spectator out there to knock that one down, so we didn't have to go fetch it in the plant life. Big rip from goal, but can't connect with the one up at the shoulders. Signal given for one over shoulder height. Deep protection is all out in front of Niraj Gul right now, with the exception perhaps of a man at backward square. Tough from our angle here to tell if it's backward square or just simply square. Otherwise, everybody else out in front, fine leg. Boy, oh boy, it doesn't matter where you put the field for that one. A good 25 feet past the berm here at Arroyo Park, and another 6. Niraj Gul, 18 off 8 deliveries. Already a better strike rate than yesterday when he had 16 off 8. That is again his second 6 off of Archibald. And a little bit of work to be done to retrieve that ball here with 2 left in the Golden State innings. That works him to 129. I did say it looked like they were going to come up short of where they were last time around, as we may need to go fetch a new leather sphere for the final couple deliveries. Umang Parikh coming out with his hands held at shoulder height, facing the sky, the universal signal of, I don't know where it is. That one was moving even after it took the hop on the turf. So we did say we expected them to come up short, but a couple more boundary shots and Niraj Gul might haul them past the 138 they managed last time. It would take a 6 and a 4. Heaven knows, Gul happy to be back in action here. He's been great in the Northern California Cricket Association, and with bat in hand, a fantastic start. That one is in the air and is a chance. Coming in is Umang Parikh, and he will not be able to hold it. It'll be 2. They're thinking about perhaps an overthrow, but Niraj Gul says, nope. Pranav, go back there. I'm going to face this last one. We'll see how costly that drop ends up being. Pair of runs there. They're not going to be able to reach the total from yesterday, but they could get within 1 if Gul can deposit this one outside of the field of play. Archibald has been expensive in this over and now at 1 for 43. Final ball of the first innings. Big swing and a miss from Gul. Thought about trying to take the bye, but Jadiwala says, that's just going to muss up your stats. Why don't you stay put? And that'll bring our first innings to an end. 131 for 9, the final score here for the Golden State Grizzlies. And not what they would have had in mind after the power play. Just fantastic economical bowling from the middle overs, spinners in particular. And then from Dev Thadani down the stretch here for Silicon Valley Strikers. We'll remind you the 50 for 2 there. A look at the scorecard, just 2 batters managing to work their way past the 20 mark. And that is Harish Kakani and Niraj Gul. Otherwise, a lot of innings that got off to a decent start and then were somewhat thrown away. A lot of scores in the teens there, 9 extras to go along with it, and a few single-digit scores. No ducks today. We had a few of those yesterday in that innings, but not a particularly impressive batting card. As we said, wickets at regular intervals. As we'll take a look as well at the statistics from the Silicon Valley Strikers bowlers. A lot to like here if you're one of the fans in two-tone blue. 3 sub-run-a-ball economies among the 5 bowlers. Netravalkar there at 2 for 18. Dev Thadani 2 for 15. Even Pranay Suri there, 20 runs after he was knocked around a little bit yesterday. Didn't come up with a wicket, but was a big part of putting the clamps on. And Srini Raghavan doesn't look like a great economy, but the 4 wickets, of course, are huge. And it is, again, worth remembering, 10 runs off the first 2 balls he bowled, and that was followed up by going a run a ball from there to the finish and picking up 4 wickets. Archibald really the only one struggling to keep control over the run rate, but Strikers able to afford that just fine. We'll go ahead and have a look at our first innings highlights. As we wrap things up before sending it to a break, Saurabh Netravalkar immediately victimized by Navanpreet Singh on the first delivery of the match. Colin Archibald as well knocked around by Singh, who picked up a handful of boundaries, and at there the start of Archibald having a little trouble keeping it on the ground. It would, however, be Saurabh Netravalkar after getting a bit of tap in the first over, inducing the ball out to long on, claimed by Ravinder Pal Singh. That would be wicket 1 down and the start of a litany of wickets falling just after a bit of bang-bang. Here's a bit of bang-bang for you there. Anthony Bramble getting off to the races with a big 6. Sammy Aslam would find his way a little more onto the score sheet there with this 4 after a tough start, 1 off the first 7. It would be the early entrance of Srini Raghavan that initially looked like it was going to be quite costly. The 4 off that first ball. That followed up immediately by a big 6 from Anthony Bramble, but as he tried to throw the sweep shot, initially a shout for LBW, not given. And then on the next one, the wicket taken. Sammy Aslam would go out fetching a wide one and bringing out the best of Dev Thadani, a spectacular catch out in the deep for the youngster. Just the beginning of a day to remember for Dev. They gave him the ball soon thereafter. This 4 hit by Zia Shahzad, the only boundary he would concede until one of the last balls he bowled of the day. Come up here to Srini Raghavan in the 9th over. He would give up a couple boundaries here and there, but like we said, just 22 off the last 22 that he bowled, following those 2 boundaries off of Bramble. And right here, trying to throw the scoop shot, victimized LBW. That was the end of the day for Shivam Mishra, his high score on the season with the 14. Zia Shahzad would look to accelerate. We would see that familiar refrain as he would hit the 6 right here, get the boundary shot, narrowly missing our broadcast position here. Vishal Tiku front and center. It's not where the producer wants to be. That's not the that's not the idea. But very soon after, trying to hoik one from a bit too wide and a bit too good of a length, and Gary Graham holds that one nice and secure, 5 wickets down, just barely past the halfway point. After that, it was Dev Thadani time as he would victimize his fellow young bowler Vatsal Vagela with that one biting in from an off-stump line to take off the top of middle. Pranay Suri, so economical over the course of this, that one of the few balls that anyone got decently into the air off of him. As Harish Kakani looked to push the pace a bit. Soon after, it would be Dev Thadani sending the bails flying again, taking out the debutant Tejas Nataraj. Just 3 for him. One of those handful of single-digit scores. Kakani would ride his luck a little bit, outside edge to pick up 4 off of this one as we worked our way later in the piece, but Thadani was not done. That the only other 4 he gave up. He would pick up a wicket before that over was concluded, and then Colin Archibald back in would take care of Sadaf Hussain, caught behind. Archibald, however, would meet his nemesis from yesterday, Niraj Gul, and Gul teeing off to try and push this total to something defensible. Saurabh Netravalkar's final over of work crowned by his 2nd wicket as he trapped Harish Kakani in front. And then it was Niraj Gul time. A 6 skewed off the face of the bat to extra cover, followed by an even longer 6 launched here over backward square. Needed a new ball for the last couple overs of this one, but they would take a 2 followed by a dot to finish things off. And that would be all she wrote here in the first innings. 131 for 9 Golden State's scoreline, so 132 the target when we come back for the Silicon Valley Strikers to push their record to 4-2 and take over first place in the Western Division. We'll see you then. The Silicon Valley Strikers could make it to 4-2 on the season and take over first place in the Western Division before a bye week. Golden State Grizzlies, a little bit of defense. They could get their first win of 2023 and their first ever victory over the Silicon Valley Strikers. This in what would be their 7th try. Which one's going to happen? Well, we've got about 120 little pieces of cricket standing between us and an answer to that. The target set at 132. That's a 6.60 run rate required here as the Silicon Valley Strikers get ready to start off exactly as they did yesterday. Arshbuch and Lahiru Milantha, the Sri Lankan, on strike as we get ready to get started. Those two at the crease yesterday put up a decent opening partnership before giving way to a second wicket partnership for 97 runs. It'll be a big deal here to start strong for Golden State, but it's going to be the middle where this match likely gets decided. First delivery from Niraj Gul, a good-looking test match line and length. Milantha thought about offering, pulls back, and it's a dot to start. Excuse me, my correction, it is Sadaf Hussain, rather, who gets the new ball right out of the gate. Likely to see Niraj Gul coming at us from the Usman Khan end. Right now it's going to be Sadaf Hussain from the Sahadeo Pavilion end. The 6'5" lefty pacer gets a decent bit of bounce there. Milantha threatened with another one of the long-range stumpings, which is how he went out yesterday after a fantastic innings. We have again the attempt by Anthony Bramble to knock over the stumps with Milantha out of his crease. 2 balls so far from Hussain that have danced around Lahiru's willow. Targeting off stump, worked away by Milantha. Another dot. Good stuff so far here for Sadaf Hussain. Reminder, 1 for 19 in 3 overs in his minor league cricket debut yesterday. The 6'5" lefty pacer out of Chakwal, Pakistan. 415 first-class wickets to his name, so this kind of bowling to open up, not unfamiliar. Bit of extra bounce, length pulled back, and Milantha fends that one off. Make it a 4th dot. Left arm pace, not something that Milantha faced an awful lot of last season with Morrisville. It always surprises me when you see somebody that faced as many deliveries as he did and you get to single digits when it comes to one type of bowling. 6 off 6 on the season. Looks like he might get to face 6 deliveries of left arm pace just in these couple of minutes. That one rolled to the onside, but Milantha turns down the signal and tells Arshbuch, get back there. Golden State Grizzlies 3-4 all-time here at Arroyo Park. 2 of those wins, though, coming in the 2021 postseason against the Houston Hurricanes. They are 1-4 against the Bay Area teams here. Looking to have this feel a little bit less like home for their neighbors from the south. Just missing the stumps with that little knock, and it's a maiden over to start off. Nothing on the board, no runs, no wickets through 1 over.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
It will be Niraj Gul going from the Usman Khan end for the first over bowled from this side. A power play wicket or two, or at the very least some serious dot ball pressure is the order of the day. There's a slightly alarming bit of synchronicity for Golden State if you look at where they have struggled bowling and where Silicon Valley have excelled. It's those middle overs. And so some damage needs to be done up front, lest a Lahiro Milantha partnership, be it with Bush or with Jadiwala, starts trying to take the game away. 7 dots to start. Not a bad one, though. Arsh Bush on strike, the 28-year-old from San Jose, USA under-19 representative in his youth. We talked yesterday about him looking to seize on the form he had his first season in minor league cricket. Works that one off the pads and will fire that into the gap at fine leg for a 4. Yesterday, his 12 off 13, by and large, coming courtesy of a handful of boundary shots. And exciting to see him work well off the pads in particular. He has had an issue with getting trapped leg before last season, and in fact was dismissed that way yesterday. 4 off the first 2 he faces. The first runs here as Silicon Valley are off the mark. Another dot ball here for Niraj Gul, though. Arsh, one of 2 Bushes on this team. Mohawk, not in the 11 today, but has played a little bit earlier this season up in Seattle and down in Southern California. Works that one off of a off-stump line. Runs it down to third man for a single. We mentioned Golden State's record here, a little bit under 500. Silicon Valley now 2-0 all-time up here, a victory on the final day of the season in 2021. And of course the win yesterday. Yesterday's win a fair bit less dramatic than the first one they got here, both in terms of the stakes. Playoff berth not in the offing just yet here, but also in terms of the margin. Milantha in the air, Sammy Aslam's taken it. And Lahiro Milantha going for a 7-ball duck. Niraj Gul strikes. And Silicon Valley now sit at 5 for 1, and the man who has been responsible for 2 50s in the first 5 matches this season and has been a part of all 3 50 partnerships Silicon Valley have put together, gone inside the second over. We'll take a look here at the wicket-taking delivery from Gul, angled in perhaps a 4th stump line. Cut shot attempt by Milantha and just can't keep it on the carpet. A nice catching height there for the captain, Sammy Aslam. And that is the second duck of the season here for Lahiro Milantha. He's been a little bit off and on. Generally speaking, as goes Milantha, as go the strikers thus far this season. A 3-ball duck against SoCal Lashings. They lost that game. 71 off 44 against San Diego Surf Riders. They won that one. 11 off 18 in the first game up at Tollgate Farms in Seattle last weekend. They lost that one. 32 off 28 in partnership with Shahan Jayasuriya. They won that one. Yesterday, 63 off 47. Today, a 7-ball duck. We will see what this has in store. Actually giving me some flashbacks to the first time these 2 teams met up here in Davis. Oh, low those 2 years ago. New batter is Rahul Jadiwala, and just like he did yesterday, starts by spraying one towards the boundary rope. This time around going through extra cover. So a slightly expensive over against Niraj Gul here. 9 from it, a pair of boundary shots, but the valuable wicket of Lahiro Milanta. 9 for the loss of 1. Sadaf Hussain will continue from the Sahadeo Pavilion end. With Milanta in the shed, one of the big objectives for Golden State Grizzlies now in their back pocket. Of course, Rahul Jadiwala, Arsh Buch, both potentially dangerous. Buch already, each of them, in fact, with a boundary shot to their name at this point. That is a leg side wide. Had it gotten a tickle, it could well have been the wicket of Arsh Buch, but according to our umpiring crew today, Shailendra Raj and Ravishankar Barapagowda, with Sundaram Subramanian serving as the third today. He doesn't have the monitor I have, though, so it's a slightly different role from what you're accustomed to for third. He doesn't do the TV stuff. Wide off the first ball. First run conceded by Hussain after a maiden first. Buch puts that one in the air. Long run trying to get to it is Pranav Pradeep, but it'll fall between him and the fielder at backward square. That fielder wearing the number 6 jersey, I believe to be Navanpreet Singh. Definitely not Sohan Bhatt. Pretty sure it's not Karan Chandel. They may have realized they were going to have the 2 number 16s out there if they didn't do something about that, so found Navanpreet a new shirt. It's the man you see sprinting across your screen right now as they change positions for Rahul Jadiwala. Watches that one go, and it has been, as we said, some serious test match style, first class style bowling so far from Sadaf Hussain. Backward square. It's a lot of real estate if you can go back over the bowler's head and get enough on it. The kind of bowling that they're getting right now out of Hussain. Decision made by Sami Aslam to add a slip. That's Shiva Mishra, just to the right of Anthony Bramble. That one definitely hits pad. Nothing given here. Sometimes you can tell by the reactions of the players, sometimes you can just tell by the thud. Great start here, though, for Golden State Grizzlies with ball in hand. As we saw earlier, 50 runs in the power play themselves. They've managed to hold Silicon Valley so far to just 11. Nearly half the power play done as Sadaf Hussain steams in. That one worked off the pads into the vacant mid-wicket area. Long run here for Tejas Maharaj. And they'll take a pair off of that. For Jadiwala, best innings of the season by far. He did have 21 off 22 balls in the opening day encounter down at Woodley against SoCal. Since then, it had 8 off 13, a 3-ball duck, and 1 off 7. So a real breakout against a decent bowling attack. Particularly feasted off of Zia Muhammad Shahzad. Again worked off the pads, again nicely middled, at least if the sound of the bat is to be believed. This time around though, protection in the right spot in the circle, and it'll be a dot ball to finish. Just 4 off that over against Hussein. He's given up 4 through 2 overs of work.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Does look as though Niraj Gul is going to continue from the Usman Khan end. His first over, a smidge on the expensive side, but also effective. Picked up the wicket of Lahiru Milanta. And with that, one big concern set aside for the Golden State Grizzlies. They look to continue to apply the pressure. Arshbush thought about that one, lets it go by. Six apiece so far for Butch and Jadiwala. Swing and a miss there as Gul tempts Arshbush into an aggressive shot. Get a look at this delivery here from Niraj and see what magic, if any, is being played either by ball or by wicket. And seemed to have a little bit of outswing, just enough to take it away from Bush's bat. Paradoxically, most of the time, if you're a bowler, you would have appreciated just a smidge less outswing in that situation. Pick up a feathered edge and add another wicket to your column. That one stays down. Bush manages to oh, a direct hit at the wicket keeper's end. An explosion of lumber and bales, nothing given, as they take the aggressive single. But what a throw there from the outfield down to the action end. Get a look at this here. The ball in just barely home, it would appear. We might want to take another scan at that and slow it down further. Rafa and Ranji on the camera work and Vishal at the controls. They'll give you every angle we've got of this. Arshbush may have banged himself up a little bit, so we've got a little time to play with here. As you can see, the gloves and the bat resting there. Worry not, this is not a wrestler retiring, although it may well be him needing to retire injured if he is indeed banged up. There's the throw in. And there it is, just barely home. Boy, oh boy. It certainly gives you some appreciation for the work of your umpiring crew there, your square leg umpire, Shailendra Raj. able to make that decision. Yeah, we'll roll that back. Love that idea. We'll see as well if we can get a sense of what might have happened to Arsh here as he plants the bat. Try and go frame by frame here. And there you see the bat planted past the line. For those of you that are new to this, that means he's okay, even as the stumps and bales go flying. But it did look a little bit like he may have hyperextended that bat arm elbow a little bit as he grounded the bat. Technique good, the result fine, but paying for it just a little bit there. Some excellent work today from our Crick Live Productions crew, Kriclive. That one's staying a little bit low, and Jadiwala fights it off. Just a single so far from the first 4 balls, and even that single fraught with danger. For Jadiwala, this is the type of bowling that he generally had the most success against last season. 127 strike rate and a 38 average against right arm pace. But there's right arm pace, and then there's Niraj Gul. Bit of width on offer, and Jadiwala will deposit that on a hop. Over for 4. Brilliant offside rip there. Saw the opportunity, that swing that Gul has gotten, which is being aided a little bit by a right to left wind. That time around, took it from a good corridor to something that Jadiwala could get around on. Another ball in roughly the same spot. This time Jadiwala fights it off, and that will be the final delivery of this over. But a single that nearly turned out to be wicket number 2, and then a bit of a pressure release 4 from Jadiwala. 5 from it, 18 for the loss of 1.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
If there was one question we had yesterday about the approach of the Golden State Grizzlies, it was the fact that we did not see Vatsal Vagela until all the way down in the 18th over. We had a sense of why that might be. Lahiru Milanta generally blowing up left arm spin, both historically, 153 his strike rate last season against it, and this year, 148 his strike rate, and 59% of his runs coming from boundaries. That may have been the reason they held him out of the attack. Today, that reason has been dealt with. Milanta gone for a 7-ball duck, and so we will see left arm spin coming from the Sahadeo Pavilion end, and it is the youngster from Milpitas, Vatsal Vagela. First delivery to Butch, keeping it tight near the stumps. A dot ball to begin. Vagela last season bowled about 9, just about half, 9 of his 20 overs in the power play, but only took 1 wicket there. It was in the middle overs where he became an absolute force. Two dots to start off here. Vagela was one of the stars of particularly this Grizzlies team, and just in general, the emerging players in the first season of minor league cricket. That one tapped to the offside by Bush. That'll be a quick single as he and Jadiwala exchange places. Vagela last year almost a victim of his own success. Didn't get to play nearly as much for the Golden State Grizzlies as he was off on T20 World Cup qualifier duty with Team USA. You can pretty much draw a direct line between that issue or that absence and the issue they had trying to take wickets in the middle overs. Another dot here as Jadiwala is forced to smother. Vagela a little bit costly in his first outing on Sunday, 2 for 35. Yesterday, though, 2 runs and 2 wickets. That is struck directly over the bowler's head and will get over the top of Zia Shahzad at long off. And we do see the signal. That is the full maximum. 6 runs for Rahul Jadiwala off of that one. An important knock, first maximum of the game. Just 4 boundary shots, and Jadiwala at the moment owns 3 of them. That one worked to mid-wicket, and they'll look to exchange places, and this is what they did so well yesterday when it was Jadiwala and Milantha. Hit the big shot, then get yourself off strike, give somebody else a chance. Although in this case, it's going to mean giving himself a chance to face the first ball of the final over with the restrictions as we take another look at Rahul Jadiwala's 6, perhaps? Maybe not. Maybe we'll have that for you when we come back. 5 overs gone, 26 for the loss of 1. And it'll be our first look at Harish Kakani today to bowl the final over with the fielding restrictions in place. So far, Golden State doing beautiful work to restrict run rate. As a reminder, they scored 50 for the loss of 3 in the power play earlier, so Silicon Valley only barely have made it to halfway there. That is what they were going to have to do because, as we mentioned, middle overs, definitely something that would favor Silicon Valley based on stats so far. I've been waiting to tell you the specifics of that. Don't worry, they're coming. We're almost to the middle overs. It'll be Kakani against Jadiwala, who's now brought himself to 17. Swivels with the pull shot. There is protection out there at deep square leg, and so it'll just be a single. The other deep man was at third man. See if they stick with that against Arsh Bush. Kakani's day yesterday, 19 runs given up in 3 overs. Did not take a wicket. In that match, he was tied with Vagela and Sadaf Hussain for the third most economical bowler. A shout there for the feathered edge back to the keeper, but nothing given by the umpire. They'll take another dot ball, though. Nothing wrong with that. And we apologize, we're having a few software issues here trying to deliver replays at this point. We got a little too inventive following the run out, and well, perhaps we've learned a lesson. Kakani coming with the third delivery of this 6th over. That is going to get just by the dive and allow the single to be taken as it's run to backward point. Kakani so far among the most economical bowlers in both matches. Gave up just 25 in his 4 overs in his debut in red and gold. Still looking for that first Grizzly wicket. That's going to be a leg side wide. Signaled there by Shailendra Raj. You can hear in the background there, it does sound like the party has arrived. We've got the music pumping again over by the Sahadeo Pavilion end. Doesn't feel like Davis without it. Targeting the pads, that's worked off well by Jadiwala, and a misfield back there at fine leg. They won't take another though off the misfield. It'll be Arshbuch to face the next one. 4 so far off the over, but again, going at 5 and over could keep Golden State in this game for a lot longer than you might have thought. Again, a bit of a late burst off the bat of Niraj Gul, giving them a total worth bowling at. A whiff at that one, but well wide of the tram lines. Target now 101 runs away after the second extra of the over. That one definitely gets pad. Looks like it may have been going down leg stump. As Kakani's vociferous appeal falling on deaf ears. The sound unmistakable. Looked for a signal from the umpire as to whether he was saying that was a line issue or if he heard a second sound, perhaps that of the bat. It's warmed up a touch here in Davis. High temperature listed at 95 degrees. It was only 76 when the first ball was bowled. That one defended there, and despite having to bowl a couple of extras following the 2 wides, Kakani gets out of this with just 6 runs against his name, 32 for 1 as the power play comes to fielding restrictions lifted. It'll be Vatsal Vagela continuing from the Sahadeo Pavilion end. 32 for 1. They've managed to preserve wickets, but this run rate at the moment, a bit of a crawl by Silicon Valley striker standards. One leaps up into the gloves of Arshbuch, fended away for a dot ball. Vagela went for 8 in his first over, most of that coming off of Rahul Jadiwala's 6. That one definitely gets pad. Umpire seems unmoved by the appeal. We did mention last season that was one of Arshbuch's peccadillos, was the issue of getting himself trapped in front. Seemed to be moving his feet a lot better yesterday, certainly against pace. Spin can be a whole different matter as he looks to work his way forward. Anthony Bramble appealing for the stumping. Umpire's hands at his sides, just coming forward to replace the bails, although Anthony says, I got that. And honestly, if Anthony Bramble tells you go back where you were, I'd have a hard time saying no to him. That's another appeal for LBW, and another one not given by the umpire. Frustration building here for both Arshbuch with the bat and for the Golden State Grizzlies with the appeals.
Keep working, fellas.
So far, though, Vatsal Vagela absolutely dangerous again. Threatening the LBW, just a single leg by against him for the first 4 balls. That one a bit too far down leg, misses the length, and Jadiwala will put it away for a single. Zia Shazad roaming in that area.
Strong finish here, fellas. Strong finish here.
Final ball of the Vagela over. That one also straying down leg and also deposited to the onside. Arshbuch will pick up a single as well, so 3 off the final 3 balls. That'll do it for the 7th, 35 for the loss of 1.
Work, fellas. Work, fellas.
Harish Kakani continues from the Usman Khan end. Gave up just 6 off that first over. Oddly enough, 6 off of 1 over makes him among the more expensive bowlers for Golden State so far, as they've held Silicon Valley to just 5 runs and over. But you can deal with a run of ball, especially protecting this particular advantage. The key thing here in the middle overs, as we were mentioning, is going to be trying to take some wickets. Last season, the issue was that their average runs per wicket ballooned to 30.5 when they got to the middle overs. So wide delivery here. This season, their runs per over, their economy in the middle overs so far, 2nd worst in minor league cricket, only to the Dallas Mustangs. And their strike rate of 54 balls per wicket, so basically that's 9 overs. So you're taking 1 wicket throughout the middle overs per match. That's tied for the worst number in minor league cricket with the Lightning and the Raptors. Looking for that wicket here, maybe height an issue, as Kakani only briefly appealed. It is a leg by. But they all count in the book. We'll get a look at this one here and see if line or height is the issue. may well have been going down leg, and to my eye, that looks a little high. Gets him up on the thigh pad, and nice thing about those pads, for those that are new to this, trying to read off an LBW decision, that knee roll is actually a pretty useful guideline, because a ball that is coming up off the surface from a decent length, if it's hitting you above that knee roll, there's a decent chance it's going to be over the bails. It's not 100%, depends a little bit on how far forward you've come, but can be a decent guideline just to know whether you should immediately be apoplectic. Speaking of apoplectic, somebody needs to give Harish Kakani a hug after that, my goodness. Another dot ball. We'll get another look at this. He is targeting stumps, targeting pads. This one a bit fuller. And as we were talking about, that's one that hits right under the knee roll. That looked pretty good. I have no beef with the volume and desperation of that appeal. That looked pretty good. Onward we go. And it's going to immediately cost them 6 runs as that one is deposited over long on. Tejas Nataraj can only watch it fly off into the cart path. Six runs added to the total. I believe perhaps Harish Kakani, there may well have been a no ball called based on field placement. Looking at the way that this is being described, I think certainly the 6. I've yet to see the free hit called, but from what I can tell, it looks like based on fielding placement, they were arguing about where the fielders were. As a reminder, you're only allowed 5 outside the circle, even after the power play is lifted. So we have the 6. I've yet to see a signal for no ball or for a free hit, so we march onward. No extras, no consequence-free deliveries. Kakani steaming in with a little bit of extra energy. Smoke coming out of his ears and fire from his fingertips right about now. Kakani wants that wicket. He's yet to get one as a Golden State Grizzly in 3 innings. I'm not sure he's been anywhere near as close until now as he's been in 3 or 4 of this last over. Final ball of the 8th. That one worked in the air, wide of the man at fine leg. That's going to run away to the boundary up the hill. 4 runs. It ends up being a rather expensive over, and I think they may need to replace that cricket ball. I believe, did I see that right? Did the dog get it? Bring your dog to the ballpark, game. Brilliant shot. Let's not that get lost. But yeah, let's have a look at the boundary fielding. Oh, look at the absolute focus and technique. Can you do a reverse cup with a mouth? That was outstanding. At any rate, that brings an end to our over. 13 from it, 48 for 1. After an over that had a little bit of everything, several LBW shouts, a wide, a leg by, a couple of boundaries, and some canine fielding practice, we're going to try and regroup and go to the 9th. Vatsal Vagela continuing onward from the Sahadeo Pavilion end, and Jadiwala is going to work that first delivery for a single just behind square. Vagela with kind of a remarkable stretch. If you look back to the first game of the season, he was having a tough time in terms of some costly deliveries, especially in his final over of work, but he finished that outing going wicket-wicket. And then to remind you, he came in for 1 over yesterday, 2 wickets, 2 runs. As Arsh Butch puts this in the air, that might be another one for Vatsal Vagela. Settled under it and making the catch is Harish Kakani. He may not have gotten the wicket with ball in hand, but waits for one to come to his hand here. And that is the end for Arsh Butch. Highest score he's had in a little bit, 22 off of 24 balls today, or rather 25 once the graphic updates with the wicket. But he'll head off at 49 for 2 here as we get a look at the spin wizardry of Vatsal Vagela. Looks like an arm ball there, a little wide. Arsh Butch trying to use the feet to get to the pitch of it, but a little bit under. Pops up in the air to Harish Kakani over at point. That'll be all for Butch. The run rate has dropped, or has come up now to nearly a run a ball for the Silicon Valley Strikers. But the run rate required now up over 7. Just 2 wickets down, plenty of reserves, plenty of resources left to try to work their way to that total. But so far, Golden State Grizzlies doing what they need to do. They restricted runs during the power play. As a reminder, Grizzlies were 50 for 3 after 6 overs. Silicon Valley now 49 for 2. But nearly halfway through the 8th over. A reminder that Silicon Valley restricted runs big time through the middle. And that Golden State's problem has been taking wickets in the middle overs, but they've got one now. I was starting to say with Vagela, finished his spell against East Bay on Sunday, wicket-wicket on his last 3 balls. Those were his 2 wickets after having conceded 35 runs off 21 balls. Yesterday, 2 runs and 2 wickets. And today so far, through 14 deliveries, 11 runs, and now another wicket. So a rough start, but right now, Vagela is on one. And he's gotten his just reward for some tight bowling. And he'll look to dig in now against Pranay Suri. And Suri, somebody looking for a little bit of a come-up at this point, the 30-year-old from Hyderabad. Former USA under-15 and under-19 international. And that is another call for that, but I think height likely the problem on that delivery. I was about to say, though, Suri of 21 for his high score, but out in single digits every other match. 8 off 4 yesterday, and so far of 46 runs scored, 40 of them have come by boundary. Not someone who's been busy running between the wickets to this point. He either gets it or he doesn't. So far, 2 balls in. He has not yet gotten it. That one guided, and he will pick up a run without the aid of a boundary here as he splits the difference between 2 fielders on the offside. 50 up for Silicon Valley Strikers. One ball left here in the 9th, and it'll be Rahul Jadiwala to face it. That one a little short. Jadiwala adjusts well to it, but can only block it out to backward point. That'll be all. 2 runs off of it, and the wicket taken by Vatsal Vagela to break the partnership. 9 overs gone, 50 for the loss of 2.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
A look here at the standings. Western Division of most interest to us here. Silicon Valley Strikers trying to move to 8 points and take over first place, albeit with East Bay Blazers and SoCal Lashings having 3 matches in hand. Golden State Grizzlies, meanwhile, trying to pick up win number 1 on the season, and that would move them into good stead here in this battle for the 3 playoff positions. In past seasons, starting 0-3, probably a death knell to any hope of you making the playoffs. 1-2, certainly avoiding that sort of situation, but this season, a 3rd playoff position added. Niraj Gul and Anthony Bramble in particular want that one, but it's not going to be given. Pranay Suri offering at it, but does not pick up the edge. Niraj Gul back into the attack, 14 runs off of his first 2 overs of work. Also picked up the valuable wicket of Lahiru Milanta, one that has changed the entire dynamic of how they might have approached the bowling. It's the only bummer. I would have liked to have known whether they would have brought in Vagela earlier, even if Milanta had stuck around. That one stays down. I don't know how that missed the stumps. Goal finding another one of those soft patches in the pitch.
Keep working, boys. Keep working, fellas.
That was a bail buzzer. Let's take a look at this. Suri coming forward. Oh my goodness, that is just missing middle. Bramble trying again for the long distance stumping. Two dots to start. Pranay Suri readjusting the gloves, reassessing his plans. It has been a pitch with a few demons in it this weekend. The odd ball staying down. Gets to that one, but it's in the air. Pranav Pradeep settling back, and he will take it. So moments after, Niraj Gul nearly had the wicket of Pranay Suri, a ball that was maybe 2 or 3 inches above the bails. No problem out there. At mid-wicket, Pranav Pradeep settles under it, and Pranay Suri done again in single figures. 1 run off 6. We'll take a look here at this one as it's in on the pads, and Suri just never quite throws the shot properly. Looked like that got up off the heel of the bat. Catching practice out there for Pranav Pradeep. And a great start here to this over. Silicon Valley Strikers now 50 for 3, and as a reminder, that is the exact same score that Golden State had at the end of 6 overs. Silicon Valley have it halfway through the 10th. So far, the middle overs working the way that the Golden State needed them to. They've got their wicket takers in. They saved one of Niraj Gul's overs. You might remember yesterday he bowled 3 of his 4 inside the power play. They've deployed Vatsal Vagela in the spot where you're used to seeing him, those middle overs where he's been such a dangerous partnership breaker over the course of the last few seasons. And between the 2 of them, they've now managed to get a good bit of the power out of here. Now they're looking, I think, to try to save Gary Graham for a little bit later in the piece. Graham came in the 9th over of the opening match against SoCal Lashings, and that was actually the earliest he had entered a minor league cricket match ever. Only the 10th time he'd ever come into a game before the start of the death overs, and only the 5th time in his minor league cricket career that he had been retired prior to the start of the death overs. So without doubt, a desire to avoid that today. First delivery from Niraj Gul to the new batter is going to get through everybody. Ravinder Pal Singh won't get credit for those 4 runs. It's going to be 4 byes signaled by Shailendra Raj. And here's one that gets through the gate. No, excuse me, seams off the surface, leaps up, and Bramble tried to one-hand that one. Gets through him and runs all the way to the boundary behind him. I imagine right now Silicon Valley don't care who gets credit for the runs as long as they go on the board. Could be 4 valuable ones by the end of this. That one worked off the splice of the bat. Rahul Jariwala is decisive and wants to get his way across. For Ravinder Pal Singh, his first runs in minor league cricket. They come in painful fashion, that one coming up perhaps even off the handle of the cricket bat. It's one of those ones where you just feel every vibration of bat hitting ball. When you middle it, it's all sound and flight. When you hit it off the handle or off the toe end, it's bees in your hands. 5 so far off the over. Singh off the mark. Final ball to Jariwala. That one's in the air but won't hang long enough. Pranav Pradeep out in the deep, hoping for a moment to take a second catch in the span of 4 balls, but instead it'll be a single to finish off the over. Halfway home, 76 still needed, 56 for 3 on the board for Silicon Valley.
आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट में क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Work, fellas, come here. Come here. Come here.
Ten overs gone, 56 for 3, and it's time for leg spin. Zia Mohammed Shahzad preparing for his first offerings of today's match. Shahzad yesterday, really the only major sour note on what was not a bad-looking bowling card at the end of the day. The only real issue for Golden State Grizzlies was just the inability to threaten and take wickets, but in terms of economy, they didn't do a half-bad job. Shahzad, though, 27 off of his 14 deliveries. He'll be looking for a bit of a recovery today. First ball he bowls is in the air from Rahul Jariwala to the offside. Protection out there in the deep in the form of Navanpreet Singh. That'll just be a single. We'll see if they're trying to save up some Shahzad overs if he is reasonably effective here in the middle, because last year he was money at the death. Bowled 13, almost 14 overs inside the final 5 overs of matches, as that is belted straight back over his head. That is not a fielder out there with the number 99 on his back. That is one of the reserves batting that one down to make sure it doesn't end up in the parking lot. First minor league cricket boundary for Ravinder Pal Singh. But while they fetched that, finish the thing on Shahzad, 14 overs bowled, took 12 wickets in the death with an economy of 7.01. Wasn't too shabby in the middle overs either. Economy was 5.84 during those overs, just not as likely to take wickets. Was going 1 every 7 balls at the death, 1 every 18 later on. That one again aerial and again finding a gap. Ravinder Pal Singh, a pair of boundaries on the bounce. And so far today, feeling a little bit more like yesterday than Zia Shahzad would like. Just a bit too much width and not the right length for that. Needs something pulled back a little bit so it can deviate if you're going to bowl it out that wide. That's a little more like it. Singh tries to open the face of the bat and run it to third man, but there's protection there. Nice thing about small sample size is that the middle overs travails that Golden State have had can be changed drastically by just one good match. We've got another appeal here, again ignored, this time by Ravishankar Barapagowda. The appeal for the caught behind not given. 2 dots following up the 2 boundary shots. Singh reaches out and bats that into the ground. That'll be a 3rd dot to finish. So decent recovery there from Zia Shahzad, as we'll get a look here at the ball that led to that appeal. Singh offering at it. Easily into the gloves, but apparently no contact with that ball. Even Ravinder Paul himself putting out the arms as if to say, what are you talking about? At any rate, 11 from the over. 11 overs gone, 67 for 3.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
A look here at our scorecard at this point, 9 overs left. Again, those scores now in the 20s. Arsh Butch and Rahul Jadiwala. Rahul looking to continue onward. In the first innings, didn't see a whole lot of scores reach that point. A lot of folks getting stranded in the teens. That is where Ravinder Paul Singh, who came in without a run to his name, found himself at one point here. He finds himself at 11 off of 7.
67 for 3.
And at the moment here, taking a look at some of our partnerships, Lahiru Milanta, of course, out early at 5 for 1. He had not scored at that point. The partnership between Jadiwala and Butch reached 44 runs. Just not quite going at the speed they would like. Those 44 runs coming about in about 6.5 overs. After a very, very economical start to things. Pranay Suri, of course, gone for just a single run. That taking place about an over and a half ago. First delivery from Niraj Gul here in the 12th is a wide. This will be the end of Niraj Gul's spell. Came into action with a 1 for 26 on Sunday and a 1 for 25 in yesterday's encounter. There's another one that leaps up off the surface. Bramble able to handle that one. Today, Gul with a pair of wickets. Of course, got Milanta early on, and Pranay Suri holding out to mid-wicket. Taking wickets and limiting the accumulation rate. Problem for the last 2 years for Golden State Grizzlies. They're doing a heck of a job of it today against the strikers. That one does stay inside the tram lines, and it's a dot. Gul was looking pretty good leading up to action here in minor league cricket. He was competing in the Northern California Cricket Association. Took wickets of a couple of his teammates here with the Golden State Grizzlies in that action, as that one is flayed to the offside behind point. Good sliding play by a deep wide third man. They're going to get it back in as they look to take a second. Bramble trying to spike that one into the stumps and run out Jadiwala to no avail. And Gul in his action earlier in May in the NCCA took the wickets of Sami Aslam, Zia Shahzad, and Sanjay Krishnamurthy, who plies his trade with East Bay Blazers, all in the span of one match. Took 10 wickets for 143 runs in 25 overs of action in that tournament, and pretty good level of opposition in that one. Certainly signaled that he was ready to try and repeat his excellent performances of 2021 when he got back in here. Gul working a little bit on his landing spot. Just 2 deliveries left in his spell. It's been an economical one, that 2 for 19. I was joking with Nate Hayes It's exactly what Sarab Netravalkar bowled his first 2 matches of the season, and just said, you know, if you're dealing with him, the over should be 19, maybe 18 and a half. That one worked to mid-wicket. It'll be a single, as there is protection out there in the deep. Silicon Valley at exactly a run a ball up to this point. They're going to have to bump that up a little bit to get the job done here. It is worth noting the Worms are approaching a little bit closer to one another at the moment. If I recall correctly, it was 70 for 3 or 70 for 4 when we reached the end of the 10th over for Golden State. A gorgeous line and length, wise to let it go by. That one was begging to be chopped on. Ravinder Pal Singh will live to fight another day. That's the end of Niraj Gul's spell. 2 for 20 for him in the 4 overs. 8 overs left, 61 still to get for the Silicon Valley Strikers, 71 for 3.
आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
As we were alluding to earlier, the Worms starting to turn a little bit here, starting to approach one another. As you can see, much better work for Golden State in the power play, both with the bat, the 50 runs, albeit with the loss of 3 wickets. Silicon Valley conserving their wickets through the power play, but a great deal slower of a run rate. They're going to need to convert that into the opportunity to swing a bit more for the fences here. They don't need to go crazy just yet. They are a bit behind the pace necessary at 71 for 3. Rahul Jariwala's first swing here against Vatsal Vagela, who will bowl his final over of the encounter here. A single pushed out to long off. Vagela has been excellent so far today. Ravinder Pal Singh pushing that one to the covers. Misfield out there will allow the single to be taken.
Keep working, Vatsal.
Rahul Jariwala leans into that one. Diving attempt to try to keep it inside the boundary rope. And it is a successful one out there. Some excellent fielding in the deep by Golden State Grizzlies. No, correction. Sorry, looked good from here on the camera angles, and hadn't seen the signal yet, but it is given as a 4. So phenomenal effort, but unable to pull that one back. First real dent we've seen in Vatsal Vagela's run totals here. Jariwala works that off the hip. Could be 2. Rahul thinking about it, but sent back by Singh. Get a look at that Rahul Jariwala 4 from moments ago. Ball pretty much on middle stump. See Ravishankar Barapagowda ducking. Valiant effort by the man at long on. Singh blocks this one into the dirt. And truly already a season of 2 halves for Vatsal Vagela. We mentioned 35 runs without a wicket, his first 21 deliveries of this season. His last 33 balls, good for 22 runs and 5 wickets taken. Take a bow, Vatsal. 20 off of his work for today. 1 wicket. And a big one at that. 79 for 3 with 7 overs to go.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
Taking a look at the bowling card at this point, Niraj Gul and Vatsal Vagela have said their piece at this point. With 7 overs to go, they've both been bowled out. Zia Mohammed Shahzad gave up 11 off of his first over, all those coming off the first 3 deliveries. He's got plenty left in the tank, 3 more overs left to potentially bowl. Sadaf Hussain, Harish Kakani each have 2 to offer, and we're about to get our first look at Pranav Pradeep here in Golden State Grizzlies colors with ball in hand. He did bowl a couple of overs for the Florida Beamers back in 2021. 1 wicket for the cost of 12 runs. In that little bit of work, he's a right-arm pacer. And so as he has his run-up set now, he'll look to take on Ravinder Pal Singh. 13 off 11 for him. Jadiwala is touch over the run-a-ball mark as well at 32 off 29, following up yesterday's 43 not out with a lovely performance. And it does look like these two will be central to trying to get their way home. They need to keep that run rate reasonable as that one is shot into a gap on the offside. Single for Ravinder Pal Singh, mishandled in the deep, thought about taking a second and now think better of it. A lot of drama and excitement, but at the end of the day, just a single off the first. That'll bring Jadiwala back on strike. Turns and drills a pull shot, and that is going to have enough legs to get by Navanpreet Singh in the deep. Playing it a rather fine long on. Wasn't able to quite get there to cut it off. A 4 for Rahul Jadiwala. Moves up to 36. That's the key thing here. It's easy to look at the progress and at the worm and think you've got to get, out of your own skin, out of your tendencies. But for the time being, run rate required still sitting around 7s. In fact, for the first time now, that run rate required and the run rate scored are starting to really nudge in close to each other. That one is in the air, could be a chance, but it'll fall safely between the 2 fielders back behind point. Another single here, and I apologize there. I missed it as it happened. The 4 that Jadiwala hit also on a no ball, as you can see there. So no concern of a chance on that delivery, as it was a free hit. Jadiwala understandably swinging away in that situation. 7 so far off the over. Singh will smash that back past the non-striker. Three singles and a no-ball 4. The record so far off Pranav Pradeep. Tidy outing so far today from Niraj Gul and Vatsal Vagela. Each going at 5 runs and over, taking a total of 3 wickets together. They are the 3 that have been taken. That one in the air. Let's see if anyone can circle under it. It might be a caught and bowled. What a snag by Pranav Pradeep. Oh my word. His first snag earlier off the bowling of Niraj Gul was catching practice. That was something special. Off the supplemental pages of that coaching manual. What an absolute stunner. Coming off of his run-up, And finishing out his follow-through, I did not think off the bat that there was any chance he would be the one getting to this one. But we're going to see here, he just turns, avoids the stumps. I'm just amazed he managed to pick the ball back up against a rather cloudy sky after taking that little peek down to find the stumps. Takes it, you see the excitement. It's a wicket-taking debut here for Pranav Pradeep in a Golden State Grizzlies jersey. And it may well be a critical one. Rahul Jadiwala gone for 37. And it is going to mean before the death overs get underway, we will see some Gary Graham. Graham, somebody with some happy memories of this particular place. Of course, yesterday it was a bit of a canter. He came out, knocked a couple of singles and claimed victory, but it was his innings at the end of a match that was looking like it was going to get away from the Silicon Valley Strikers that allowed them to clinch a playoff berth 2 years ago here at Arroyo Park. Tell you more about that match perhaps after this over concludes. First delivery to Graham, run down to third man. Graham last year a 182 strike rate. And he bumped that up to 200 against right arm pace. This might be the time with him on strike to get a Sadaf Hussain back involved in this. He had all manner of difficulty against left arm pace last year and has already been dismissed by one of those, Elmore Hutchinson, back in the season opener. That is what Gary Graham does against right arm pace. My goodness. That one wound up across the street. I can see where it landed down the alley just behind us. That was absolutely cranked. So a bit of a rough finish to things. 2 boundaries, a handful of singles. We're just going to soak this up. I feel like we need this replay with sound because that was half the enjoyment of that one. Gary Graham directly over Pranav Pradeep's head and says, "Welcome to the Western Division, young man." 14 overs down. Silicon Valley 93 for 4. Golden State Grizzlies turning to some leg spin here with Ravinder Pal Singh on strike and Gary Graham waiting on the other end. Graham already halfway to his season high of 12. He's got 22 runs off 26 deliveries coming into action. Actually, I should probably update that. No, I think that's updated with yesterday's totals. Last season, an absolutely devastating finisher. This year looking for his first good innings, and he's off to one heck of a start. Singh will try to run that off the face of the bat to third man. No run there. Up until that dot ball, I was about to comment, the Gary Graham 6 had Silicon Valley ahead of the necessary run rate for the first time in the encounter. They're now back behind it, going at 6.56. They need just under 6.7 from here on out, 39 off 35. Singh turns to try to deposit this one, but it's got a lot of air under it. It's a chance at deep mid-wicket, and it is held! Another catch worthy of a place in this week's top 10. This one nearly dropped at the boundary, I believe, by Tejas Nataraj. Here on debut, he and Pranav Pradeep, the 2 debutants for the Golden State Grizzlies, putting together an absolute highlight reel today, and that's all she wrote for Ravinder Pal Singh. A run a ball 15 for him. And we'll see who's coming out to partner Gary Graham in just a moment in at 7. And of course, we'll take a look at this catch out in the deep. Singh almost had enough of this one. Just a couple more Wheaties this morning, perhaps, and he might have gotten it. But there is the double clutch and the snag in the deep. Just shy of the cone. Most of the celebrations so far have been firing the ball heavenward. This one a little closer to a football spike, perhaps. But delight all the same. We are going to get our first look here at Colin Archibald with a bat in his hand. Last season, a 23.8 average. Scored 143 runs off 98 deliveries, and according to Nate Hayes, really useful at the death. So this is essentially the ideal scenario for Silicon Valley strikers. Nearing the death overs, they've got two of their best finishers on the field right now, or at the crease, ready to do some damage. And if this were last season, I'd be saying we were about to have a battle of strength versus strength, because last year, Golden State's death bowling was nasty. Took wickets at 10.6 runs per. A strike rate just a hair over 7 balls per wicket then, so you might have had a real mad dash. You might still. They've already gone against tendencies when it comes to the middle overs bowling. As Archibald reaches out and pokes that to third man, they'll look to take the quick single. And they do. That's going to get Gary Graham back on strike. Graham last year didn't face a whole heck of a lot of leg spin, just 3 deliveries, had 5 runs off of it. A 4, a single, and a dot. Dismissed 7 times last year, never by a spinner. Lashes into that one, looking to find the gap. Diving stop out of the boundary by Vatsal Vagela. They'll look to take a second. Throw will not be in time, nor will it be on line. A quick 2 taken. That's where Silicon Valley find themselves with 33 balls left to use, 32 now. Singles, the occasional 2, the occasional boundary will get it done from this point, but they are starting to run out of recognized batsmen. Graham runs that off the face to third man. No run there. Zia Shahzad, after conceding 11 off of his first over, admittedly rode his luck. Ravinder Pal Singh almost got out of town on the first one, and there is a swivel and a smash by Graham. Will it stay in the field of play? Not quite. Gone by perhaps 3 or 4 feet over the man at backward square leg. That's 6, a big finish to things, because that means as we hit the death overs, Silicon Valley need exactly a run of ball, 30 from 30, 102 for 5. So we take a look here at the Gary Graham 6. Missing the length a little bit and running it a bit too far down leg. Somebody like Graham is not going to miss one like that. Vatsal Vagela had us thinking, maybe that's going to stick around. Not quite, though. Just barely beyond his reach. A big 6 runs for the strikers. Time for some left arm pace. We were ordering it up just prior to the decision to put in Zia Shahzad, which up until the final ball was looking like a stroke of genius, a wicket and just 3 runs, but the Gary Graham 6 gives that over a slightly different flavor at the end. It will now be Saraf Hussain. Hussain, if you remember, started today with a maiden first over, one of 2 maidens we've seen today. Saurabh Netravalkar allowing no runs in the 3rd. It'll be Colin Archibald on strike to face the first delivery of the 16th. wide here bowled by Hussein. Can't be given runs away at this point in the piece. I'm starting to tell you, though, about that game when Silicon Valley clinched their playoff berth. It came down to the final day of the 2021 season, the year they won the title. That was a game where they bowled out Golden State for 106. It looked like it was going to be a canter. But by the time they reached 15 overs in, it was 60 for 7. That's going to be a chance there at the non-striker's end. The underhand roll by Sami Aslam does not find timber. They scamper through the single. But it was Gary Graham and Kulvinder Singh, everybody's favorite MILC player that's not on their team, unless he's on your team. The two of them managed to combine, though. They at one point needed 10.33 and over, despite having started chasing 106. At that point, if I recall correctly, it was 35 needed off of something like, maybe it's 31 needed off of 18. They managed to get those runs in just 13 balls. And it was an explosion by Gary Graham and a couple of well-placed strikes, including one into the creek by Kulvinder Singh that got that done. The task nowhere near as tall today. Gotta love a game like that where you're having debates the entire way about who the player of the match might be, and then in the final 20 deliveries of it, somebody steps up and says, "It's me." That's what Gary Graham did that day, back in September of 2021. That one is smothered and now kicked away by Gary Graham from the stumps. For those of you wondering, perfectly legal. The only thing you're not allowed to do is reach out with your hand and grab it. But a nasty Yorker, perhaps a little bit of pace off. I suppose the appeal may well have been thinking that Graham didn't get bat to it, because if he hadn't, he was gone. If that gets his instep before it hits the lumber, that's all there is to it. Let's get another look at this one here before the next delivery. Tough to tell. Second follow-up on that is a full toss, but Graham misses out on it. You see him there kicking away the one before. Nowhere near as much drama on the second dot ball. That one a fair bit wider. 14 now off 7 for Gary Graham. We did mention difficulties last year against left-arm pace. Faced 11 balls of it, scored 8 runs, and lost his wicket 3 times. This, statistically, the right move right now. Gets the bat to that one and sprays it to point. That'll be a single. And Hussein will have to bowl one more here after the wide delivery earlier in the over. But just 7 runs so far off of 17 balls bowled. He has been a big part of keeping this match interesting down the stretch. We're on a razor's edge right now. You know that one good over from Archibald and Graham could take this game completely away, but a wicket or two, and it's all Golden State. That's in the air, but it's not going to hang up for the man at mid-on. Just a single here, as quickly to it was Zia Shahzad. 4 off the over, 8 so far in 3 overs off Hussein. He's got 1 left in the kitty. 4 overs to go, 106 for 5.
आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Rahul Jadiwala, your top scorer today with 37, the first guy to get out of the 20s on either batting card so far. His partnership with Ravinder Paul Singh a big part of bringing this match to the point that we're currently at, where it's barely over a run of ball needed, 26 from 24. Right now, it's your finishers, Gary Graham and Colin Archibald, getting at it. You look down past that, the only real batter left is Saurabh Netravalkar, and I don't even know that I would have said that 2 weeks ago, but Netravalkar so far, 36 off 36, and is yet to be retired this season in 4 innings. That's already more than he had run-wise in his first 2 years in minor league cricket. It's probably not the best thing when somebody like that is your 5th leading scorer on the season, but good to know that you could count on him for a little bit at the finish if necessary. He and Dev Thadani, in fact, have the highest scoring 10th wicket stand so far this season in MILC. 12 not out. Only 5 down here. Harish Kakani into the attack. Archibald will bunt that over. Sent back by Gary Graham. Sammy Aslam pouncing on it. Kakani in his 3rd over of work. He's been giving up roughly 9 and over to start here today. Sadaf Hussein's got 1 more. Zia Shahzad's got 2 more, so you've got some options there. Pranav Pradeep, of course, has 3 more, so you could bowl him as much as you please from here on out. Certainly expect to see 1 more of Hussein, 1 more of Kakani. Nearly gets the under edge on that one as it rears up on Colin Archibald. Couple of dots to start here for Kakani, and every one of those is gold at this point. 26 now needed off 22. Required run rate up over 7s. Archibald's high score last year, 39. They don't need anything like that. Although that sounds like a shot out of a cannon into the trees over the top of the pavilion, sending Silicon Valley Strikers and Golden State Grizzlies alike scrambling for cover from falling branches. That is what Colin Archibald does, and that is a potentially momentum-turning 6. In this case here, a half volley on a 5th stump line, and Archibald dispatches it. Look out below. Kakani looking for the comeback. Swing and a miss. Throws the shot a little early. We've seen Kakani make good use of the pace-off deliveries. 20 needed off 20. They haven't been they're not being gotten gradually. It's more of a punctuated equilibrium so far. Lots of dots and the occasional boundary. They needed 30 off 30. It's now 20 off 20. Opens the face, but he's got protection out there at point.
Well done, fellas, well done.
Lovely looking shot, but only gets them the 1, 19 off 19. Without doubt, in a situation where a wicket would change a lot.
Come, fellas.
You'd still have one of the big hitting finishers there, but you would put somebody who you're hoping can go a run a ball at the other end. Gary Graham gets that off the splice of the bat. It'll be a single. Archibald wanted a second. Graham was not running like he wanted a second. He will retain the strike. When we come back, 3 overs to go, 18 needed from 18. Game on a knife's edge here in Davis, California, 114 for 5.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
It'll be the final over for Sadaf Hussein here in the 18th. He has been crazy economical so far. First deliveries into the pads of Gary Graham, but he's plenty wide of his stumps. No thoughts of LBW on that. Hussein yet to take a wicket, but he's only given up 8 runs off the first 19 deliveries he's bowled. Might not be Spencer Johnson for the Oval Invincibles numbers, but they're not bad. Gary Graham on strike against the lefty. Caught in 2 minds. That must have been a pace-off delivery because Graham was ready to throw that shot and had time to stop throwing the shot, reload, and then take a chance at a slap on that one. It's another dot ball. Hussein has been bowling brilliantly today in his second match in minor league cricket. I think the Davis faithful will agree. He looks good in red and gold. That one shot straight back past the bowler, but it hits the umpire. That could wind up saving 3 runs. Shailendra Raj took that one, I think, off the knee. Let's have another look at this. Gary Graham picks this one up. It's a short delivery, has to reach out and flat bat it. And that catches the umpire in the knee.
Leave the body. Right? Yeah.
That had so much pace on it. I have to imagine that it would have been easily past the rope. Zia Shahzad playing a pretty fine long on here, but it was still going to be a tough race to the boundary. As it is, just a single off of that one. That brings Archibald on strike. Sprays that to the offside and a horrible misfield. What a time for it. Harish Kakani. It looks like it'll only cost him a run. Kakani unable to get that one under control at the boundary rope. It'll just be a 2 instead of a potential 4. From here, there was doubt as to whether that might have made it over the berm. The ruling is no. Just 2 from it. Now 15 needed off 14. Good contact, and that flipped over the top of the man at backward point. That is going to win the race to the boundary this time, and that is a 4. With just 1 delivery left, I would imagine Silicon Valley strikers also happy to just have Gary Graham off strike against the lefty. It's been his main bugaboo the last year or so. Closing in on the total and ensuring that the final delivery from Sadaf Hussein, the 6'5" Pakistani left-arm pacer, is faced by Colin Archibald. Worked to the vacant mid-wicket area. They'll take one. Looks like they want the second. It is definitely on, and the throw is late. 2 taken off of that final delivery of the 18th. They manage a whopping 9 off those last 4 deliveries against a bowler who had given up, to that point, just 8 on his first 20. As a result, the equation now just 9 off 12 necessary for Silicon Valley to claim first place all by themselves here in the Western Division. 123 for 5.
आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
2 overs to go. Harish Kakani's got 1 left, and it appears that they may spend that right here, or is that Zia Mohammed Shahzad? Looks like we're going to see some leg spin here for the 19th. And then potentially Harish Kakani for the 20th if we get there. Just 9 now needed for Silicon Valley Strikers to claim victory today. I'll remind you though, Zia Shahzad, money at the death last season. 12 wickets in just under 14 overs of work at an economy of 7. He would have to bring that economy down here in the small sample size of these next 6 balls. And he has gone for 20. 11 off his first. His second over, a wicket and just 3 runs going up to the final delivery of it. But a Gary Graham 6 changed the entire complexion of that over. He's the one entrusted with the 19th. Attempted a reverse sweep by Gary Graham. He does not make contact. A little bit of sledging coming from the spectators. A very red and gold partisan crowd, obviously, up here at Arroyo Park. Graham connects with that one, but it's going to fall safely in front of the man at mid-wicket. 1 off the first 2, 8 now needed off 10. That'll bring up Colin Archibald. I think I know that voice. Some of that sledging, I'm relatively sure, is Bud Jadabans, our producer in the 2022 season. Ran into him yesterday, told me just here as a spectator now, and always a vocal part of the cheering section, honestly, even when he was producing. That one flared by Archibald. Long run at the boundary rope, but it will be chased down. They're going to take a quick 2, though. And doubles are big at this point. That leaves them with just 6 left to get. That could be obtained all the way down to the final delivery of this one by either of these gentlemen. Archibald back on strike. Connects with that one, but it'll be straight to the man at long on. A single. 5 runs now needed off 8. As we mentioned, Gary Graham has been part of 2 match-winning partnerships, albeit one that only won the match with a couple of runs right at the tail end. Looking to be part of one here. That one gets through the hands of Anthony Bramble after the touch from Gary Graham. Good work by Singh, however, to chase it down. It'll just be a single. 1 ball left in the over. 4 needed off the final 7 balls. In all likelihood, we've got Harish Kakani in line to bowl the final over, unless Sami Aslam has a surprise up his sleeves for us. We'll see if we get there. Last ball of the 19th. Swing and a miss. A recoil on that one knocks the helmet right off the head of Anthony Bramble, but it's a dot to finish off. Not a bad 19th over, all told, for Zia Shahzad. Gives up just 5, one of them a bye, the other 4 off the bat. And the equation is simple. 4 needed off the final 6 deliveries for a win. 3, and we keep on playing. We'll see what this match has for us in the final act when we come back here. 128 for 5.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
It will be Harish Kakani, tasked with bowling the final 6 balls of this encounter. After a couple of games here in Davis that have been not particularly dramatic affairs, this one coming down to the final over. Certainly Silicon Valley with the advantage right now. Any single delivery could be the game winner. But Kakani looking to take it as deep as he can. First delivery of the 20th. That one batted into the ground. Bramble has it. It's a dot to start. 4 needed off 5. The big partnership today, the 44 put on by Rahul Jadewala and Arsh Butch. Jadewala, your leading scorer at 37, but they've turned it over to their finishers, Archibald and Graham here, to try to get them home.
On your toes, Grizzlies. Come on, boys.
So far, this partnership good for 35. That one worked off the pads. Looks like it'll be a leg by if it's anything, waiting for the indication, and indeed, the ball certainly going well down leg. Gary Graham, by and large, does not cover his stumps, so he's a pretty hard guy to get LBW. You're much more likely to bowl him. Leg by means it's 3 needed off 4. 2, and we've got a super over 1. And it would be a Golden State victory, their first of 2023, and their first ever over these Silicon Valley Strikers. Colin Archibald taking a moment to get settled. 4 balls left in this one. Swing and a miss. 3 now needed from 3. Harish Kakani standing and delivering so far. Half the over gone, 2 dots and a leg by. Grizzlies have lost in dramatic fashion twice here at Arroyo Park to Bay Area sides. Can they finally get on the right side of one of these?
Manchiga, come on, boy.
4th delivery of the over on the way from Kakani. Another swing and a miss. Gary Graham wanted the bye, but he's going to have to scamper back. 3 now needed off 2. 238 deliveries done. A 2-run gap between the sides, and it all comes down to these last 2. Kakani, like a pitcher with a no-hitter, shunning his teammates, saying, I don't want to talk to any of you right now. I'm in the zone.
Huh.
26 off his first 3 so far, yet to give up a run off the bat in the 20th. Another swing and a miss. They will look to take the bye. He's got a chance to run out the man, but he misses the stumps. Archibald thought about trying to come back for what would have been the tying run. Gary Graham sends him back. It will be a bye. Still hasn't given up a run off the bat so far here. Tried to underhand that onto the stumps to run out Colin Archibald. It doesn't come off. 130 for 5. Golden State Grizzlies lead by a run. 2 needed off the final ball to win. A dot or a wicket, and it goes to Golden State. A single, and we've got bonus cricket. Swung on and missed. They look to throw him out. They've missed. A chance at a direct hit. They miss again. Scores are level. Coming back for another. They fumble it at the keeper's end. And on a pair of byes, Silicon Valley Strikers have pulled out a victory from nothing. A comedy of errors as the Golden State Grizzlies just cannot find the woodwork. We'll recap that here on the replay. Kakani, another brilliant line ball. Comes up too high on Graham. Of course, they're off like a shot. The throw from Bramble is wide of the stumps. They don't run out Archibald. He and Graham nearly collide with each other. Kakani turns, fires, just misses. At this point, they've got the first. Scores are level. If they get the run out at the other end, it's all done. The throw to the captain, Sami Aslam's end, may have been late to begin with, but he's unable to guide it onto the stumps. Actually, he does guide it onto the stumps as it works out there, but just a little bit too late. And with that, the Silicon Valley Strikers pull out a 5-wicket victory and go top of the table. Vishal, I need some data to try to get a sense of what we just had here, because everything else is just pure emotion right now. My word, 132 for 5. Davis games do not disappoint. By and large here, we have had some absolutely phenomenal finishes over the years. Let's get a look at the batting card here for the Silicon Valley Strikers. It didn't look like it was going to be a winning one for a good chunk of that 20th over. Harish Kakani, round of applause to him, did everything that could have been asked. He, of course, with the catch in the deep, yet to take a wicket himself, but he did have the catch of Arch Bush, who had his 22 off 25. Of course, Rahul Jadiwala, the big man here on campus today, 37 off 32, and a part of that 44-run partnership for the second wicket. He also would later on partner Ravinder Paul Singh to add 37 for the fourth. Singh, that run a ball 15, Graham a run a ball 18, Archibald the 21 for 18, but the winning runs all coming off of extras in the final over, buys, leg buys, and the like. And they get just enough as Harish Kakani takes it down to the wire. 26 given up for him. In fact, he continues to be a astonishingly consistent bowler. He was 1 run over a run a ball his first outing. 1 run over a run a ball is second. Today, 2 runs over a run a ball. Still waiting for that first wicket in a Golden State Grizzlies uniform. Vatsal Vagela and Niraj Gol, as well as Sadaf Hussain, really keeping hold of the economy with the 20, 20, and 17 runs over the course of their 4 over spells. Gol with the 2 wickets taken there. Shahzad managing to pull back the economy a little bit in the late going. Had a rough first over, second over was tight up until the final ball, and then did what was required in the 19th to make this even a possibility. The 1 wicket there from Pranav Pradeep to go along with a regulation catch. He took the catch off of his own wicket, and it was extraordinary. That final partnership there, managing its way up to 39 runs. Again, the last few of them taken off of extras. We're going to take a look at the highlights here, and then I'm going to catch my breath at the end of all this. Just an astonishing finish to this one as we look to bring up the second innings highlights here. And it did start here. Still a little bit of a struggle here on the technical end. We'll see if we can get these up and running for you. Here we go. And it did start with Arsh Buch and Lahiru Milantha. First boundary of the day came off the bat of the 28-year-old from San Jose. It was a brief day for Lahiru Milantha, though. The first ball he really made decent contact with, fired to Sami Aslam in the covers. And that was all she wrote. Second duck on the season for Lahiru Milantha. And a bit of a surprise here. We have said generally the strikers have gone as Milantha has gone, and today that was nearly borne out yet again. Jadiwala into the encounter, though, at 3, and he started with immediate intent. A 4 here off the first ball he faced in what turned out to be a pretty expensive second over against Niraj Gol. Vatsal Vagela into the piece with Milantha absent. Did go for a boundary early here against Rahul Jadiwala as he worked his way into double figures. But it was a slow-scoring power play here, and Harish Kakani, in that final over of the power play, reduced to absolute begging. We see on that one there looking for the edge. This may be the one that was a shout for LBW that had us saying, somebody go out there and give him a hug, because that was a pretty good shout for it there against Arsh Buch. Buch would not last much longer, though. He did pull out this longer shot here down the ground for a 6. Worked his way up to 22 with a 4 a little bit after that, but pretty soon thereafter was sent packing at 49 for 2. That the one that ended up in the mouth of a dog out there on the sidelines. I don't know if we replaced that ball or just ran with it. Here, though, holing out to Pranav Pradeep. or excuse me, correction rather, Navanpreet Singh there in the covers. Vatsal Vagela picking up his first wicket of the encounter after picking up 2 in each of his last 2 matches. Be Niraj Goel getting Pranay Suri soon thereafter. A very brief 3rd wicket partnership, the catch taken by Pranav Pradeep. And that would begin the 37-run partnership, though, between Rahul Jadiwala and the new man Ravinder Pal Singh. Singh came in with ducks in his first 2 encounters, and there was some thought that he might well go for one right there, but that one not caught. Didn't catch the edge or anything, just 4 byes at that point. Ravinder Pal Singh would get his first boundary right there, straight back over the head of Zia Shahzad. A rude greeting, as Shahzad would give up 11 in this over. Another 4 of them coming off this one opposite field. Correction, I believe another 6 off of that one there from Ravinder Pal Singh. Rahul Jadiwala continuing at that run-a-ball pace, partnering for the 2nd time to add 30-odd to a total. Had a 4 there as the attempt to save it at the boundary went wanting. But you can see there that run rate required. Silicon Valley for a good long chunk of this game before that, sitting at a run-a-ball, sitting at needing about 7 runs per over, even edging up towards 8. Pranav Pradeep came in, bowled a single over, gave up that 4 on a no ball. A couple of singles later, though, would get Rahul Jadiwala to pop this one up, and Pradeep circling and making a fantastic catch off of his own bowling there for his first wicket as a member of the Golden State Grizzlies and his first MILC wicket dating back to 2021 with the Beamers. That over would not have a happy ending, though, as Gary Graham would deposit one directly over our heads here at the commentary position and down the avenue just behind us. Ravinder Pal Singh with Zia Shahzad back into the attack moments later, also gone. That one not without a little bit of drama, as it was briefly fumbled and then secured by Tejas Nataraj over at the mid-wicket boundary. But with 5 wickets down, it would come down to Gary Graham and Colin Archibald, and Graham getting underway quickly. He had already had that 6. This one just over the top of Vatsal Vagela, ending what looked like a really good over. 3 runs and a wicket, ends up being 9 runs, and got Silicon Valley for the first time down to needing a run a ball. That Yorker right there very nearly claiming Gary Graham's wicket, able to get just enough inside edge on it to avoid falling to that man. Colin Archibald with this one, sending players of both persuasions scattering as he destroyed one to long off. That got him well and truly underway. Archibald would finish off with 21 off 18. This one, nearly a 4 that would have removed a lot of drama from the encounter, but took the knee of Shailendra Raj, the umpire just behind Sadaf Hussain. Hussain, a spectacular day with ball in hand today, but it did not end the way he would have liked. That 4 there, worked out by Colin Archibald, enough to really bring down the total necessary, and they didn't leave much to defend, but Harish Kakani defended he did, as they very nearly got this one done. 3 needed off 3, made it 3 off 2 here. And now it was time to try and take some byes, a swing and a miss. This one an opportunity to run out Colin Archibald, but the miss at that end, and that was a signal of things to come, as the final delivery would be a little bit Keystone Cop-ish for the Golden State Grizzlies. Avert your eyes, those folks in red and gold right now. A chance to run out Archibald at the the striker's end, a chance to run out Graham at the non-striker's end, and another chance to run out Archibald. The throw late, guided onto the stumps, but not with the requisite force. And that was it. A 5-wicket victory that makes it sound like it was a whole heck of a lot more decisive than it actually was. All of that coming on byes on the final delivery. One last look here at the match summary. Harish Kakani, your leading scorer with 22. On the Golden State Grizzlies side, Jadiwala, the only person to eclipse 22 runs on either team with his 37. I think we'll go ahead and likely crown him the man of the match. Perhaps share that honor with Srini Raghavan, who took 4 wickets on his side for 32 runs. A little expensive on the first couple deliveries after giving up 10 off the first 2, though. A run a ball and 4 wickets taken certainly has a claim to that honor as well. Silicon Valley taking the win. And if we can take a look actually at the standings here, I don't know if they will have updated yet, but we can at least give you a sense of what those would look like, as the Silicon Valley Strikers now up to 4 wins from 6. There it is. They do have, of course, a lot more matches played than everybody else. No one else has more than 3 done at this point. Silicon Valley will sit out the next couple of weekends, But they, for the time being, are the rabbit out in front on 8 points. East Bay Blazers will be back in action in Seattle next week. They are at 3-0. SoCal Lashings and Golden State Grizzlies will be taking each other on, along with a match between San Diego and SoCal down at Woodley next week. Golden State and San Diego both still in search of that first victory. The Grizzlies coming oh so close today. Seattle there in fourth with the 2 points. That'll be all for us from today's encounter here at Arroyo Park in Davis, California. A quick nod to our team here from Crick Live, that is KRIC Live Productions. Rafa and Ranji on the camera work, Vishal Tiku behind the controls, and I am Joe Hickey, and I've had a great time here, losing my breath over the course of an exhilarating 40 overs of action here in the 2023 Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championships presented by Lakshmi House of Spices. We hope to see you again real soon right here on the MLC Network on YouTube. So long.